guys, drops are live on Twitch. If you guys want to come by Twitch, we do have the drops. Though, they've been going on for a couple of days, so you guys over on YouTube probably already have the drops. Hello, Babbitt. Welcome, welcome. Hello, YouTube friends. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Okay, let me show you the difference with the Aurora here. So, if we had the ability to move the Aurora, you can actually do this with it, where it covers your entire sky, which is what people have been doing with the Aurora since it came out. This is the best way to use it. It's a great filler option for the skyline, but the only way to do this is to take the Aurora out of the middle of the island and put it at the back of the island. So here we can get a little bit more of an Aurora, and we can rotate it to get a little more, but we'll never get it the same way it was. That's what I'm trying to point out, is if you cannot move the Aurora out of the center, you'll never get that same beauty that we had before. We can rotate it a few times, we can play with it, but since it's placed in the center, that's just not the ideal location for it, you know, concerning Dream Snaps. You're not going to be able to get it all the way across the scene. Because in order to get the Aurora all the way across, what you have to do is you have to put it back here. That's always been the trick. That's how you do this. That's how you do this. That's how you get the Aurora to stretch across your entire skyline, which is a very, very strong beauty factor. So I'm glad we can rotate it. At least it's not completely ruined now, so that's nice. That's nice. Still not as good as it was, and still rather unfortunate because, you know, I would much rather still have the same control we always had over the Aurora. Kind of interesting that when you hover over it in environmental, it doesn't show you any buttons, but apparently, you know, we can actually rotate it, so that's cool to see. Let me zoom way out here. And what we'll do is yeah, as you can see, there is no angle from this position where you're going to cover the whole skyline. The lowest part of the Aurora is this part right here. You see this part that comes down to the buildings here, and then it immediately goes back up. So what we could do when we could move the Aurora, we could put the Aurora at the back of the island, and that would allow these taller bands that go straight across. It would allow those taller bands to be in view. So, since the Aurora has a fixed position now, we'll never get that same meta use out of it, but this is still at least pretty. It's just a shame it's never going to cover the whole skyline. You know, it's never going to look like this if they don't change it, if they don't let us move it. So, you know, this is what I want. This is what I always love to use right here. I don't like it when the Aurora only comes in to, like, a portion of my snap. I'm not a big fan of that. But I guess what I can do for now is I can use the Crystal Castle and the Aurora. So, like, if I build a snap big enough, I can take this Crystal Castle and I can use its Aurora to fill in the gap. But now that they've fixed the location of the Aurora to where we can't move it, I think this house is actually going to become a lot more popular. So, like, I could put this over here, potentially. And now we can fill in a little bit of that gap right here. Not the same, though. It's not the same. But I'm glad we can rotate it. That's something. We can move... We can remove the mannequin from Daisies now with High Touch Magic. Oh, nice, nice. Well, that's cool, that's cool. Real quick, let me shout out the bids. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're just getting started here. Looks like you guys have already come in with the love today. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Bell B, thank you for the big 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. First bits of the day. Wings of a Daydream, thank you for the big 100. Jennifer's is Happy Friday here with the big 200 bits. Thank you so much. Fallen Angel, thank you for the big 300 bits. Mr. Left Shark, thank you for the big 245. There we go. Okay, we're all caught up. We're all caught up. Soko, hello, my friend, hello. Speaking of which, guys, we're about to dive into the snap reviews. I want to make sure this works, though. I want to make sure this works. I did set aside some time today. To make the new review forums. So I want to make sure they work. I don't know if we have any Tier 3 or Tier 2 supporters that have submitted early. But if you guys have, you can go ahead and move your submissions to the... I want to test these new forums. I've also gave you guys some new... It looks like it's mostly Tier 1s in right now, so we might not have any... Tier 3 or Tier 2 supporters that have submitted just yet. They're probably going to wait. They're probably waiting for Monday since Monday is when we said we would go live with the new forums. So there are now 3 primary review forums and 3 secondary review forums. Anybody with a Tier 1 sub, a Prime sub, or gifted sub will use the standard ones you've always used, the primary reviews and the secondary reviews. Anybody that's Tier 2 will use Tier 2 primary and Tier 2 secondary. Anyone that's Tier 3 will use Tier 3 primary and Tier 3 secondary. Jangle Bells, thank you for the big 324. Much appreciated. Soka said I can test it. Yeah, even if you're not ready for a review, you can just check if you can post there. You can just try to throw one in there. Looks like somebody uploaded to the Tier 2 primary here. Yeah, there's Wings of a Daydream. Your name isn't new, though. Your name should be... Oh, I gotta fix it. I see. It's making all the Twitch subscribers look the same. Okay, hang on. That's why I wanted to test things today. So for Tier 2 and Tier 3 supporters, you should have a new color. And also Tier 1 supporters should have a new badge. But I see what's happening. When I hover over Wings here, I think Twitch subscriber is over Tier 2 subscriber, so it overrides it. So I gotta rearrange the roles real quick. Okay, let's do that, and then we'll kick off the reviews here. Let me go into my server settings real quick. Give me a second here, you guys. Give me a second. I want to make sure, because I spent a good bit of time on this today. I just, I had... Yesterday, at the end of the stream, Dakai reminded me to check their DM, which I had missed so many times. So, and big part of the reason is I've just been really backed up. Thank you for the bits, you guys. Dakai, thank you for the 300. Cambry, thank you for the 100. Mags with the 100. Tazzy with the 100. And Korg coming in with the very, very generous 225. Sunshine with the generous 300. And Fallen Angel, thank you for the big 30. Much appreciated, you guys. Much appreciated. Wow, already over halfway in the goal. You guys have no chill. Thank you, guys. So... Today, I worked through catching up on all of my different DMs, and then I also set up the new Twitch roles and the new servers. I actually spent some server boosts. Like I spent a little bit of money on the Discord server today to basically give you guys really cool effects on your names for the Tier 2s and Tier 3s, and also give you guys badges for your roles. Let me see if I can... fix it to where it'll show properly.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hey, Wes and everyone, probably Horton Wave, probably Horton Wave.
Hello, Dad. Welcome. Y'all drop some waves for Papa Pie. Hello, Dad. Welcome in. Thank you for the very generous 500 bits. Good to see you. Ox, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Ghost Girl, thank you for 100 bits. And yeah, give me just 1 second here, you guys. Give me 1 second. All I gotta do is move some things around, and we should be good to go. Oh, I see. I'm gonna have to do it this way. So this will have to come... Where is regular Tier 1 Twitch? Okay, there's Shinyu. So this has to come down here. There's YouTube member. Twitch subscriber. There's Tier 1. Okay, I just need to find Tier 3. There it is. There it is. Okay. Almost got it fixed. Almost got it fixed. Save changes. Okay, I think I got it now. Yeah, there we go. Cool. It worked. So now look at Wings of a Daydream. Their name is, it's got a gradient. It changes colors. The tier 3 supporters, you guys will have, Soko's. Oh, it's because Soko is also a YouTube channel member, so YouTube channel member is overriding it. Okay, well, that's one more thing I have to change. Let me fix that too. Yeah, because your name's still red. Since you're a tier 3 supporter on Twitch, you should have the holographic name. So I got to fix that one too. Almost done, you guys. This is why I wanted to test it before Monday. That way Monday we're not having to worry about it. There we go. So YouTube member needs to come down here. There we go. Okay, I think we got it now. Save changes. Now when I check Soko, there we go, there we go. Now you have a holographic name. So tier 3 is holographic, and tier 2 is has a color gradient. Cool. And then tier 1, our regular, has, it's red for YouTube members, purple for Twitch supporters. All right, I think we got it all. And it looks like the new forums are working. So Soko's in the tier 3 primary, Wings is in the tier 2. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, everything should be good to go for Monday. Awesome, awesome. And thank you for the little hype train, you guys. Everybody that sent bits, you should get yourself a new tier 1 emote here for Twitch. I think we're about. Oh, I just realized I don't have a drink. I gotta go get a drink real quick, you guys, and then we'll start. So into mods, get a cool name because the pink is lame. That's what the priestesses chose back in the day. My tier 2 name would be cooler. I mean, I could give you a... Do you want a special color gradient? I might even change the tier 3, because honestly, the tier 2 looks even better because it changes color. The holographic looks cool, but it doesn't change color. So I might actually do gradients for both. I might do gradients for tier... I might do holographic for tier 1, and then a blue and purple color gradient for tier 2, and then maybe like a gold and orange color gradient for tier 3, maybe? Something like that? Yeah, I'll probably do something like that. We'll figure it out. I like the game name, but it would be cool if it changed to Soko. You call it the game name. It does have a pretty little rainbow effect. It has a pretty little rainbow effect. I just think the tier 2 looks even better. Lilo said, how do we know what tier we are? I'm still kind of new with Twitch stuff. Well, by default, it's on your badge. So if you have a silver star on your capybara badge, you're tier 2. If you have a gold star on your capybara badge, you're tier 3. And if you don't have a star on your capybara badge, you're tier 1. The reason, I don't know if you were here yesterday when we were talking about it, but in August, we're going to be pushing to get back into the Plus program on Twitch. Because what's happening right now is Twitch, by default, Twitch actually takes 50% of your sub revenue. So let's say somebody spends $100 on gifted subs. $50 goes to the streamer. The other $50 goes to Twitch. Now, I am in the Partner Plus level 1, so I get 60% and Twitch takes 40%. So if you spend $100 on gifted subs, I get 60, Twitch gets 40. But if we can get back into the tier 2, if we can get back into the Partner Plus level 2, I'll get 70% of my sub revenue. And this doesn't just apply to gifted subs, it also applies to, just all my subs. Except for tier 2 and 3, I get a different split on those. So right now, Twitch is taking 40% of all my revenue that I get from any subs, really. And if I get back into the tier 2 plus program, I'll get 70% instead of 60%. A tier 1 sub is worth 1 point towards that. A tier 2 sub is worth 2 points towards that. And a tier 3 sub is worth 6 points towards that. We need to hit 300 points. Now, the funny thing is, we have 756 points. We have way more than 300. But Twitch doesn't count most of these. Twitch will not count gifted subs for any points. And they will not count Prime subs for any points because they don't want it to be easy to get into the Plus program. It's actually really hard. So they only count recurring subs. So, right now, we are currently at... Let me dismiss these ads. Right now, we are currently at 249 points, and it's going to reset tomorrow. So tomorrow, it's going to go back to 0. So throughout the month of August... if we have anybody on a Prime sub that switches to a regular sub, I'll get a point for that. Anybody that becomes a tier 3, I'll get 6 points for that. So I think we have a great shot at hitting in August because we're only 51 points away. And that is going to be immensely helpful for me as a creator. Just to be able to, earn more of my revenue because I do work very hard on the Snap reviews and everything that we do. And in order to reward the people that are going out of their way to make this possible, I have given special rewards to the tier 2 and tier 3. That's the plan. Yo, Gabby, thank you, my friend. You did not have to do that just yet. That is really nice of you. That is really nice of you, Gabby, with the big tier 3. That is an additional 6 points. So we are now, I think, 45 points away for July. But we don't need to try to hit it today, you guys. I mean, that would be great. That would be great. But, I don't want to push everybody to try to tier 3 today. I'm going to aim for August. So, basically, we're going to reset to 0 tomorrow. So, then at the end of August, Gabby, whenever you resub, because there's 31 days in August as well. So, whenever your resub comes in on the final day of August, will either already be there or it'll push us over the edge. But that's great. That's going to make it easier in August. But yeah, don't feel like you guys got to do it today, but that is very, very much appreciated, Gabby. And also, like I mentioned, I know the tier 3s are expensive. A tier 1 sub is already like $6 a month. A tier 2 is $10 a month. And a tier 3 is a whopping $25 a month. But mathematically, I get more points for tier 3 than anything else. And it's probably the easiest. That's how we got it last time. So last time we got into the Plus program level 2, they actually took it away because after 1 year, they'll look at your points again. And if you drop below 300, they'll kick you down a notch. So last year, a bunch of people switched to tier 3 to get us into the level 2 Plus program. But I told them, once we're in the program, just go back to a regular sub. I didn't want a bunch of people having to pay $25 a month when I had no rewards for them and I wasn't doing anything special for them. So I was like, there's just not any incentive for you guys to stay at tier 3. And that's the idea behind doing reviews this way, is that it is one of the ways I can reward people that end up doing tier 3 or tier 2. When we do our Snap reviews, we're always going to start with the tier 3s, then we're going to do the tier 2s, then we're going to do the primaries. But in order to make sure all of my Prime subs and all my gifted subs and all my Tier 1 subs still get their reviews around the regular time that they always would, I'm going to try to start going live early on Monday and Tuesday to knock out the Tier 3 and Tier 2 reviews. And that way, by the time we would normally be going live, or maybe even before then, we can be working on the Tier 1s. So it's not going to change anything for you guys that are in the Tier 1. My plan is just to go live earlier, so that way you guys aren't having to wait until like 4 or 5 or 6 p.m. to get your reviews. So I'm going to look at how many Tier 3s I have submitted, and then likely go live a little bit earlier than normal just to try to knock out, you know, the ones that we do have. So right now, I mean, on Friday, we only have 1 Tier 3 in right now and only 1 Tier 2. So, you know, that's not too bad. I think most people that switched to Tier 3 and switched to Tier 2 were just waiting for Monday, because I said I wasn't going to have these forums ready until Monday, but I actually did today because I just wanted to test it out, make sure everything was good to go. And yeah, I think I'm going to give you guys pretty names here too. And mods, yeah, for mods, since Samantha hates the pink, you know, you're still being mean even though you got your hammer back. I will give you a cool color gradient. Mods, what color do you want? What color do you want? Let me know what color you want. Oh, and for my YouTube friends as well, I want to offer you guys the same thing. Now, on YouTube, I automatically get 70% of my sub revenue, so there's no like big reward that I'm working for on YouTube. But for the people that are YouTube channel members that do participate in these reviews, I will be adding a Tier 2 YouTube membership and a Tier 3 membership. But keep in mind, this is just totally optional. It's not something you absolutely have to do if you're fine, you know, doing the regular reviews as they are. But if you would like to get your reviews earlier over the weekend, I will be adding, and they will cost the exact same that they do on Twitch. I wanted to set that up because I feel like that's fair. So there will be a Tier 2 YouTube channel member, and you guys will have access to the Tier 2 review forum. And then there will be a Tier 3 YouTube channel member, which will have access to the Tier 3 channel member. But yeah, that's where we are now. Yo, Peachy Keen! Thank you, my friend. Peachy Keen coming in with a sub. Much appreciated. Will I get a cool color even if I only mod on YouTube?
Will I get a cool color even if I only mod on YouTube?
I mean, do you want to... I can just give you the mod role on Twitch, too, so you get a cool color. But yeah, I mean, I can... I think it's more for Discord mods. I can change the color for Discord mods. So, I mean, if you want to... I mean, I'll make you a Discord mod even if you don't want to actually mod on Discord. You can just have it since you're a mod on YouTube. Like, I'll just, like, give it to you. Fine with that. Fine with that. Oh, and I never made my Facebook post. Let me make that real quick. Letting everybody know we're live. There we go. I just realized I dropped the ball on that. Okay. Yeah, I do need to go get a little tasty beverage. I need to go get a drink here in a second. Okay. But yeah, that's where we are with everything, guys. That's where we are with everything. Oh! Peachy Keen! No way! Thank you, my friend. Wait, did you just sub at Tier 1 and then immediately sub to Tier 3? Thank you. Well, I hope you didn't get charged for both. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Much appreciated. Actually, we're pretty close to potentially getting Partner Plus today. But guys, again, I really don't want to push you guys to try to do it in one day. Yeah, it says we're at 256. We should be a little higher than that, I think. I think we're probably close to like 260. But yeah, I don't want to try to push you guys into doing that. Oh yeah, we're at 262. So we're 38 points away. But yeah, I'm fine with us working together to hit it in August. I'm fine with that. Pure Ice said, how do I upgrade my tier? Are you on the mobile app or are you on a browser? You can upgrade your subscriptions on your Twitch profile. Can you do it on the mobile app, Samantha? Can you upgrade it on the mobile? You can't really do it unless you're on your phone mobile browser. Okay, so if you're on mobile, you would have to go you would have to open Twitch in your web browser, and then you'd be able to do it. Model Newbie, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Model Newbie coming in with another 2 sub points here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Sam Excited says, cute outfit. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I really like this new headpiece with, like, the glowing orbs. It's super pretty. This was my example scene. I don't have the villagers in here right now, but if you want to see how it looks with the villagers, I think I have it saved in my gallery. And yeah, today we're going to be... Oh, I got to add Left Shark's dono, Left Shark's super chat to the goal as well. Yeah, this is how it looks with the villagers. We got Pua here next to Moana. We have Summer Merlin. We have Summer Stitch. We have Summer Scrooge. We have the puppies. We have Anna in her little green dress. We have Maui back here. Mickey, Ariel, Eric. A lot of summer vibes, you know, with like the koi fish, and we have these waterways on both sides of the bridge, and there's like some fireworks, and we're in the street to show that it's a street festival. We have the Coco stage on the back left, and we have the Moana parade float on the back right. So we have concerts, we have fireworks, we have confetti, and then we have a lot of summer treats to really highlight that it's summer. Like, there's an ice cream stand here. There's a shaved ice bike here. We have the little San Francisco food stall here. So really trying to play up those... We're trying to play up all the key words here. The summer, the street, and the festival. We're trying to play up everything we can. Gamer Mom, thank you for the tier 2, my friend. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Samantha, I think it's because when you upgrade, you pay the new cost, and they don't do a difference. So you pay like $5.99, then $9.99, then $24.99. Oh, dang. I didn't know it worked that way. Wait, will they not let you just... I'm pretty sure when you go to sub the first time, you can just immediately sub as a tier 3. I've had other people do that. But maybe they changed it. I don't know. I don't know. Mono Newbies, sorry, Left Shark was fun on YouTube. I just like the Twitch setup better. Mono Newbie, good to see you over here on the purple side, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Left Shark doesn't mind. I mean, Left Shark chills in the Twitch chat, I think, just as much as they chill in the YouTube chat. They usually just help with both. They help with both, which is very nice. All right, let's see. Babbitt here, first comment on YouTube said, hello, Senpai. Probably won't be able to watch until my review as I am in the UK and probably be too late for me, but we'll hang on as long as I keep my eyes open. Thank you, Babbitt. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Maurice is coming in from the purple side to say hi on the red side. Thank you, Marie. Thank you. While you're here, drop a like on the YouTube stream. That would be awesome. Silvertab said, yeah, you can go straight to tier 3. I was just mentioning a trick for the big spenders. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, that would be worth 7 points then, right? I guess. But I don't know. It only counts recurring. So I think if you are on a tier 1 and then you switch to a tier 3, the tier 1 would no longer be considered recurring. The tier 6 would be recurring. So I think it wouldn't be 7 points. It would only come out to 6 points. I think I could be wrong. I don't think it works that way. Like Samantha's saying, I don't think it's 9 points. I don't think it would be 1 + 2 + 6, because the only points they count for the Plus program are not just paid subs, but recurring subs. Subs that are set up to automatically renew. So if you're on a tier 1 that was going to automatically renew, and then you switch to a tier 3 that's going to automatically renew, that tier 1 is no longer valid. It's no longer going to automatically renew. Therefore, the points for it likely will not count. So if you go tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3, I do not think that counts. I do not think that counts. I think it'll only count the most recent one, because they only count recurring subs. We're saying if I sub for the first time today, that's 1 point. Then if I upgrade to tier 2 right now, that's 2 points. No. I'm telling you, that's not the case. That's what I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm trying to explain. So let me break it down again. Let me break it down. If somebody subs today at a tier 1, it would be worth 1 point, because that tier 1 would automatically be renewing in 1 month. Any sub that's going to automatically renew will be worth 1 point. and that point will just ride. But the moment that tier 1 will no longer automatically renew, that point is removed. So the moment you switch to a tier 3, the points from the tier 1 you were on earlier are removed from the goal. So that's what I'm trying to explain. Well, Silver Tab, I was in the plus level 3 program last year, and that's exactly how it worked for me. So, I mean, it's great you watch another streamer, but sometimes the numbers don't update right away. So, unless you're somebody that's been in the plus program, I would probably trust somebody that has been in the plus level 2. Like I said, and plus, I would rather people not have to pay all that extra. So, yeah. I would not do it that way. I don't want people, having to do tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. If somebody just wants to do the whatever people want to do is fine. But for the plus program, it's very specific. If you go to their website and you read what it says, it only counts recurring subs. And if you leave a tier 1, that tier 1 is no longer recurring. Okay. And we are, looks like 32 away. Is that why they don't count Amazon subs? Yes, exactly. That's why they don't count gifted subs, and they don't count gifted subs, and they don't count Prime subs, because they don't automatically renew. Any sub that's not recurring will not count. And you get a percentage of the sub. So do you get more for tier 2, correct? Yeah. And actually, the interesting thing, too, is even though right now I only get 60% of my sub revenue, I actually automatically, even without being in the plus program level 2, I automatically get 70% of any tier 3 sub, like by default. Any streamer will. Even if they're not in the plus program, any streamer will automatically get 70% of any tier 3 sub. And every streamer automatically gets 60% of any tier 2 sub, and 50% of any tier 1 sub, unless they're in the plus program. In the plus program, level 1, you get 60% of all your subs and 70% of any tier 3 sub. And then in the tier 2 plus program, you get 70% of all subs. No, it's the same for partners, Breezy. It's the same for partners. But most partners, most partners, if you're big enough to be a Twitch partner, you're very likely going in to be plus level 1. So it's all on Twitch's website. They break it all down for you. So yeah, when it comes to being a partner, doesn't change your sub revenue. It's the Partner Plus program. So it's being a partner and being in the Plus program. It has to be both. So if you're a partner, you get the regular sub split. But if you're a Twitch partner, typically you're big enough to be plus level 1. It's called the Partner Plus program. So a partner that's not in the Plus program gets just the regular old 50-50 split. A partner that's in the Partner Plus program level 1 gets a 60-40 split. And a Twitch partner that's in the Plus program level 2 gets the best split, which is 70-30. I meant like partners automatically get more of the tier 2 and tier 3 regardless of the plus program. I always thought that was just everybody. I thought everybody got 60% of their tier 2s and 70% of their tier 3s. I didn't think it was just partners. Then again, I've been partnered pretty much the entire time I've been on Twitch. I don't remember if you answered this already, but is it possible to upgrade the tier on mobile? Yeah, if you go to a web browser, it's just not possible in the Twitch app for whatever reason. I don't know why. The Twitch app is a little questionable. It's hard to use Prime subs in the Twitch app. It usually won't give you the option to use your Prime sub. You have to go to your mobile browser. And it's also difficult to upgrade your sub on the Twitch app. Some people can, because some people have like a different version of the app. It depends on your device. But if you don't see the option to upgrade, it'll be on your mobile browser. You'll find the option to upgrade. on the mobile browser. Jennifer said, I wish I could. It doesn't work through the app, and website sends you to the app. I can upgrade from December only. Thankfully, I'm able to do Prime subs on my mobile app, says Taters. What device are you on? Are you on iPhone or Android? Yeah, a lot of people can. A lot of people can't. They make it kind of a headache to use the Prime subs. Do you mean that if you have a Prime sub, it's hard to watch your streams from the Twitch app? No, it's not hard to watch the streams. There's just not always an option. Dang, JMR, thank you, my friend. Dang, 6-month advance on a tier 2. Very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, it's not hard to watch at all. It's just when you go to use your Prime sub, when you go to renew your Prime sub. Crispin, thank you, my friend.
I hope you are keeping it crispy.
I always do, and thank you for knocking out the remainder of today's goal. JMR said cheaper for 6 months at a time. Love me a discount. Well, and the nice thing, too, JMR, is, you know, now that we're going to be doing the priority reviews, yeah, if you can get them at a discount, you know, better for you. Thank you so much, you guys. Shout out to Love Shark for the $5 super chat. And Crispin coming in and knocking out the remainder of the goal here. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. We're at 58.50. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, my God. What goal was that? I forgot. I just deleted. I think it was goal number 221. Is that right? Does that sound right, you guys? We've now officially hit 221 consecutive goals here on the channel. A very big thank you to Crispin knocking out what was remaining. It was goal 221. Let's go. So, yeah, next one will be 222. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Court and Chris. Hello, my friend. We got a first-time chatter. Y'all drop some waves. Brand new friend in the stream. We got any other first-timers here? We got any other first-time friends? Lash says, good afternoon, all. Welcome back, Lash. Welcome back. Good to have you. Good to have you. Yeah, even if you're a lurker, even if you're a little bit shy, feel free to say hello. Is Blondie Boo. Blondie Boo 42, another first-time chatter, says me. Crispy Chris says, I'm so new. You literally have a first badge beside your name. Like, that's about as OG as they come. It's about as OG as they come. Sydney Game Mom says, I watched before on, but first time on Twitch. Hello. Welcome, my friend. Great to have you. Holly says, I'm kind of new, normally a lurker. Well, I do love my lurkers. The most valuable thing you can give any content creator is your time. It's a finite resource, you know? So I really appreciate you guys being here. There's always a lot of great talent streaming the Twitch drops whenever they do go live. So it's a huge honor to have you guys here. Thank you so much for being part of the stream and part of the community. I'm going to move up a little bit. Yeah, I like the dragon pose for this scene because I love seeing the San Francisco Bridge. It just looks so cool. I really like the way this little example turned out. But yeah, we're about to dive into the snap reviews. I just need to grab a beverage real quick because I'm already thirsty and it gets hot in my studio. Making some chicken quesadillas for dinner, says Kristen. Ooh, I hope you make them crispy. I bet you do. Stormborn says, hey, I'm new. Only just got into Dreamsnaps. I used to just upload anything. Well, it's free Moonies, you know? Like, if you're not, like, into it, or if you're newer to the game and you're still collecting furniture and you don't have the best stuff to use yet, or if you're just too busy doing, like, the star pads and the character quests and the realms, you might as well just upload something, you know? I actually had somebody on YouTube get mad at me about that because I made a video called 5 Things I Do Every Week in Dreamlight Valley. And one of the things I talked about was how you should always submit something, right? Because it's free moonstones. Worst case scenario, the absolute worst case, you get 300 moonstones. That's 300 free moonstones. It adds up over time. So you always want to throw something in. And in that video, I talked about other things I do every week, like checking the Screwed Shop, yada yada. But I remember there was one very angry commenter who got on in my comment section and started barking at me about, I hate content creators like you. You're what's wrong with the game because you're why I see so many selfies Stop telling people to just submit anything. People shouldn't submit unless they're going to put the time in. And I'm like, my brother, your beef was with Gameloft, not with me. As long as the minimum reward is not 0, people should submit something, anything. It's if you don't like seeing random selfies, if you don't like seeing random photos, take it up with Gameloft. But as long as Gameloft is basically offering free moonstones for any photo, I'm going to tell people to submit something, you know? I mean, and I also encourage people to put a little bit of effort in if they could, because even if you put a tiny bit of effort in, even if it's a selfie, if you can take a selfie with some Summer Street Festival items placed, you might not get 300, you might get 900. If you include some villagers, you might get 1,200. So if you put a little bit of effort in, you'll see your results will go up even more. And that's what I was encouraging people to do in that video, but they were mad that I said you should just submit something. But again, you know, when I replied to them, I was like, you know, you got to take that up with Gameloft, not random creators. Like, it's not our fault Gameloft is giving out free moonstones for any submission. So we're just here to tell people that the moonstones are there and encourage them to get them. But some people on the internet are just, they're just a little angry. They're a little angry. I don't know. At God, at the world, at themselves. I don't know. They're just, there's some unhappy people out there on the web. Jen says, oh, it won't let me upgrade. It either gives me option to keep or quit. What happens if I quit the sub and resub with the tier 2 or 3? Then it should definitely apply the points. If you were to do that, Jen, you would be on the tier 3 or tier 2, and it would apply those points to, as long as it's a recurring sub that's going to automatically renew. It'll count those towards our plus program goal. Marie said it literally told me to cancel mine out and resubscribe or something weird. Samantha said, I basically think that's the same thing, because you'd pay the price today and get the sub badge. If we upgrade, we pay the new price and get the perks. Yeah, because it's the same either way. I think it's the same either way. I said go get a drink. Yeah, I need to. I said, okay, I'll try. Wish me luck. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. And yeah, any of you guys that are on tier 2 or tier 3, if you want to go ahead and move your snap reviews to the new forum as soon as I get back with my tasty beverage, which is not even tasty, it's just going to be water. Oh, wait. I think I have a little bit of water. I do. We'll wait. I have a little bit of bottled water here, so this will last for now. It's not very much, but it'll tide me over. We'll go get some more after I review some snaps. Oh, I was thirsty. Okay. It's empty. Go get another one. I probably should, just to be ready. Okay, all right. I'll go get another drink. Yeah, mate. And I should probably take this to the trash can. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys, everybody. I don't even need to do that, Rob. What do you mean? I'll be right back, you guys. I'll be right back. Y'all just behave yourselves.
Peter. The horse is here.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Ashley said I like turquoise and green. Are you talking about for the mod colors? Okay. Wish said my son just started this game and doesn't have a lot of stuff this week. I sort of forgot he could just do a selfie just to get some moonstones. I was just saying that to him tonight. Yeah. Just you know, as long as you submit something, as long as it's something, that's, you know. And if he doesn't have a lot of stuff, since it's a summer street festival, he could kind of go to the beach and, you know, if he has any kind of item, like balloons, and then also since it's a street festival, you know, if he paves and puts down, he can even use like Mickey's house. He can just use a few houses, pave a little area, snap a selfie with some balloons and a few villagers, and then boom, you know, pretty much good to go. All right. Why isn't my chat bot giving my dad the FBI sound? I wonder if it's off. Is it off? Acel PZO said, question, I wanted to use the outdoor movie screen that I already put in my village. How could I use it in my snap and have it make sense with the theme? I'm having so much trouble keeping it in theme. The outdoor movie screen. Are you talking about the... You're talking about the one we got from the Night Show Star Path? The drive-in theater screen? No, not Night Show. Retro Road Trip, sorry. You talking about this? Well, if you haven't seen my guide on this... If you haven't seen my guide on this week's theme, there's a lot of things you could do to still keep it on theme. Essentially, what's important to remember is that this is a summer street festival. So, okay, guys, please don't make me turn the sounds off. Please don't make me do that. Let me answer the questions. We got a lot of snaps to review. Let's try to behave. All right. At the end of the day, with it being a summer street festival, you want elements of summer. You know, you want characters to be dressed for summer. You want it to seem like warm weather. There's in my guide video for this week's challenge, I talk about a lot of things that work with the summer aesthetic, right? Like palm trees, ice cream stands, popsicles, and then festival items like the Celebration Day banner, these fireworks. There's a lot of items that are going to work for a festival vibe. So if you're using the movie screen, just make sure you're including these other festival items as well. You can use balloons. You can use the Celebration Day baskets in your foreground, kind of like this. You can use these little craftable fireworks from Eternity Isle. And then the popsicles, these can be cooked at any cooking station. And then, you know, you have things like these little ice cream stands from the Screw Shop. So there's all kinds of little things you can put around it that are going to give it that festival vibe. But it's not just a festival, it's a street festival. And if you watch my YouTube guide about this challenge, we actually define exactly what a street festival is. A street festival takes place in like a town or city where there are closures, street closures, for the festival. So like multiple streets will be closed down and everything takes place in that town or on those streets. So to highlight that this is a street festival, we made a small road here and we've shown that it's closed down by just having a lot of people in it and vendors on the side of the road. So if you're going to be doing that with your movie screen, just consider those same elements. You know, you can have the movie screen as your backdrop, but you can still have those summer elements. You can still have that street festival element. So just make sure those other elements are present, and it shouldn't matter whether or not you use that movie scene. Because, you know, some festivals, there's like film festivals, right? So yours could be a street summer film festival. So that could totally work. The drive-in movie screen could totally work. As long as it has festival vibes and as long as you have that closed street kind of environment, you should be okay. But yeah, hopefully that helps. All right. Bryson, hello. Yeah, we don't have time for that right now. I got to get into snap reviews. All right, so let's get ready to take a look at your snaps. We're going to try to knock out a few before we get into Monday. Jamar said, haven't tested yet, but do you see someone commented? Yeah. We rotated it. It's still not as good because we can't move it to the back of the island. But as you can see, we can use the Crystal Castle to fill in the gap at least. So that way we can get like a decent aurora. But this one's already been rotated. Not as good as it was, but better than nothing. Again, Ren, everything I just said about the film festival applies to your question as well. I see no reason why that would be different. It needs to be, regardless of what kind of festival you do, it must be a summer street festival. That could be a summer street music festival. That could be a summer street film festival. It could be a summer street food festival. Mine has food, music, and floats. And your question is already answered also by the challenge description as well, my friend. So if you're ever pondering questions like that, read the challenge and look for the answer. So here it says, create a festive summery scene, whether it's a New Orleans parade with Tiana, a music festival, right there, a food fair, or another celebration. So it even says another celebration. So that's what a film festival would fall under. So all of these things work, guys. Your festival could be any kind of festival. It could be a festival about fishing. It could be a festival about music. It could be a festival about food. It could be about music. It could be about culture. It could be about whatever you want it to be, but at its core, it must be summer and it must be a street festival because that's the title. So as with whatever you choose, whatever concept you go with, whatever direction you go in, just make sure it comes off as a summer street festival. That's going to be how to be as competitive as possible. Mine has all those elements, you know. Since the challenge, I like to incorporate pretty much everything the challenge says. That's always worked really well for me. The challenge mentions a parade. It mentions music. It mentions food. So I just used all three. We have the parade over here. We have the music over here with the Coco stage. And we have the food right at the front. So it's got all those different festival elements. We also have confetti and fireworks because it talked about bright colors. And then for incorporating joy and excitement, we added a lot of villagers to the scene. My recommendation would be to watch the YouTube video about the challenge because it's going to help lay out all of these and also lay out some really, really, fun directions you can take your build, some great items you can use. The most important thing this week, I think, by far, is going to be your villager toggle. Because if you really want it to feel like a festival, you want crowds. And not only that, but the villagers you choose to use are going to be a big part of what makes it feel like a summer festival. So there are a lot of villager styles out there that work really well for the summer. And there's a lot of villagers that tie directly into tropical elements or beach elements. Think like Moana, Maui, Prince Eric, Vanessa, Ariel. These oceany villagers are going to work really good for a beachy or summer festival. And then you have outfit options like the Bermuda Merlin, the Summer Vacation Scrooge, the Luau Stitch. You have all these different summer villagers you can use. And then there's some villagers like Anna, where most of her styles aren't going to be good because they don't look very summery, right? She has like a winter style. She has styles that look way too heavy for a summer scene. But she does also have a green dress that has open shoulders, open arms. It's a lot better for warm weather. So having villagers that look dressed for the summer, like Princess Jasmine, for example, with her default style, it shows a lot of skin. It's great for warm weather. She's very tan, so she's got a great complexion for a summer festival. So be very intentional with the villagers you use and make sure you showcase that joy and excitement that the challenge mentioned. All of these things are going to make you even more competitive with how you portray the theme this week. So let's read over everything and then we'll get into the reviews here. The challenge is titled Summer Street Festival. It says create a festive, summery street scene. So again, this is a street scene. So making sure you convey that, it's in the very first sentence, is going to help you be even more competitive with your snap this week. That way you'll be able to win over the picky voters and the not-so-picky voters. Then it states whether it's a New Orleans parade. The next sentence is just giving us some examples. New Orleans parade with Tiana, a music festival, a food fair, or another celebration. So those are your options, right? Could be a parade, could be a music festival, could be a food fair, or another, which another could be whatever kind of festival you want, really, as long as it's a summer street. And then finally, it ends by giving us a little bit more definition into how to create our build, stating, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So when it comes to joy, bright colors, and fun, things like fireworks, things like confetti, these new neon koi fish balloons are going to be really nice. These Tigger balloons, we have a lot of things to add color. And these fireworks, the celebration day baskets, all of these things help add a lot of color. And then for the joy and fun, it's all about the villagers. Utilizing villagers is how you're going to be able to make your snap feel very joyful and very fun. Mushu looks very excited to be here. Stitch is very excited. He's having fun. Timon's having fun. The puppies are out. Anna's kind of smiling at the camera. Moana's giving a wave. Merlin's doing his little thing. We have Ariel and Eric coming across the bridge here. Mickey coming across the bridge. Maui in the back. Donald and Scrooge are over here cutting up, telling some jokes or stories and laughing at each other. So we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of joy. We have a lot of colors. We have a summer scene. We have a summery outfit as well to really embody that summer feel. And then we have the street and the festival. All the elements are there. So this is a great way to be competitive. You don't have to make your snap exactly like this. There's so many different ways to build your festival. But what's going to be really important is that villager toggle, that summer feel, and no matter how you style your festival, making sure it feels like a street festival is going to make you even more competitive. With that, let's take a look at your snaps, and we'll dive into the reviews this week. Starting with our Tier 3 here, we got Soko up first. Hello, here's my first pass at this week. Any advice is welcome. Forgot to mention that I wanted to make it look like Rapunzel was chasing me. I don't know if that comes across in the photo, though. I mean, I can't really guess it, but it doesn't matter if we can figure that out or not, to be honest, Soko, because it looks so fun. It looks very joyful. It looks very fun. You have some good festival elements here. Whoops. Like the balloons over here on the side. We have the paper bacals here. There's like some fabric back here. And you have a decent crowd. You have several villagers out. We also have the floating lanterns and the confetti. So you're adding all these fun, festive elements to the scene to really make it feel like a festival. Then we have Mirabelle, very joyful and expressive. Rapunzel, very joyful and expressive. And I do love this new item. I couldn't use it for mine because since I have the confetti and the fireworks and all the villagers, when I placed the item, it got way too busy. But luckily for yours, I think it works well here because you don't have the skyline, you don't have fireworks, you don't have as much going on. So the shiny element here is actually really nice. It's really pretty. For the foreground, we do have Tramp here. I do think an item like the Celebration Day basket could be really good for you. These are under the Encanto tag. This one I have in the corner here and the corner here. So if you go into the Encanto tag, there's these Ceremony Day baskets or Celebration Day baskets or whatever they are. They have pinwheels. They have these little jars. And then there's also these craftable fireworks from Eternity Isle. They don't launch. They're not going to trigger and shoot up in the sky. They're just for decor. But they're wonderful for the foreground if you wanted something in those corners. It wouldn't occupy, it wouldn't cover too much. It would just be like a little element here just to play up those festival vibes a little bit more. The other thing is that with a lot of festivals, I think we're going to see different vendors. That's kind of commonplace at pretty much all festivals. So, we had a huge spring festival where I come from called the Azalea Festival. And it's one of the biggest ones in all of North Carolina. And it happens every April. And It takes place in the downtown district, and it is a street festival. They close down Front Street, Water Street, 2nd Street, and 3rd Street, and they have parades. There's vendors everywhere. It's very cool. It's very cool. It's to celebrate the blooming of the azaleas, which are local to that area. But there's usually like a lot of vendors. Now, in yours, you don't have a ton of space for vendors, but that's why we set up the San Francisco food stall and the ice cream stand and the shaved ice, just to have like a little bit of interaction there. Going to be a little tougher, I think, to do that in your scene because you're a bit closer to the buildings. And I don't think you absolutely have to have that, by the way, because you have plenty of good festive elements. The floating lanterns, the confetti, the balloons, the villagers. There's a lot of joy, a lot of color, a lot of excitement, and you have a really good summer outfit here. And you're also using villagers that look well-dressed for the summer, too. So overall, I think it's a really strong scene. I think it has a great shot at 4K. Looking good so far. I would say, if you ended up in a position where you had a little bit more room to work with, maybe including one of the new food stalls once you unlock them could be really cool here. Or like the shaved ice thing if you have that Stitch bundle. I do love the bus stop here, though, with the yellow lights. This looks magnificent here. Really good placement on that item. Moving on to Tier 2, we have Wings and Dree. So Wings of a Daydream here. Beautiful, beautiful. So a great villager presence here. Very strong villager presence. We have, you have the new kitty cat as well. That's so cute. We have Lady here, Stitch. Now, do you have Stitch's summer style? With this being a summer street festival, I would definitely play up any summer styles you may have. Again, you always want to be really intentional with how you choose your villager styles. For example, with Mickey, I think this one works good too, but what I like even more this week for Mickey is the Magician Mickey style, because it's a really good festival style. Because a lot of street festivals will have street performers as well. That's like super common. So Mickey the Magician is very well dressed for a street festival. He looks like a street festival performer, and his outfit is just going to work very well here. And then for Stitch, with it being a summer festival, the Sun and Surf Stitch is going to play really well into that too. I think aside from that, you got pretty much great outfits on everybody. Looking really good here. If you have the Great Goofini, I like that even more for Goofy because the red, white, and blue ties into summer there as well. And you've got some great, festival elements with the confetti, with the floating lanterns. It's very colorful. It's very joyful. So I really like the way this is looking. And you even have the tram here to kind of show that it's a street festival, like the streets are closed down. You have your vendors here with the ice cream stand on the edge, the San Francisco food stall here in the back, and some of the new decor too, like the little music, the CD players here. Very nice, very nice. So yeah, I love the build overall. I do think you could have a more competitive outfit. I think your outfit's great for a festival outfit, but not the best for a summer festival outfit. Not only do we want the scene to feel a lot like a street festival, we want to really nail the summer street festival aspect. So as much as I love this new dress, I would consider, if we go back and look at our previous review we just did, she's got the summer shorts. These just came in the Scrooge shop, so she has these summer shorts. This very small top with the open arms, the exposed belly. It's like a very good warm weather kind of fit. And it looks like something you would wear to a festival, so you have, a place to keep your belongings and you're out on the street. So this outfit really brings in the summer feel. So that's the only thing I would kind of recommend here is if you want to go with this outfit, you totally can. I think it looks really good, and like I said, it captures the festival feel, but just like we saw with In Your Element, we pretty much mentioned when reviewing these snaps that the avatars, that the players that went above and beyond, incorporating the theme into their look, like taking it to the next level. Like a lot of people, when they styled their avatars for this challenge, changed everything about them to make them look like they were an elemental. They made them blue. They made them red. Mine has scales on the forehead and cheek. She has the dark blue lip and the jellyfish dress, the blue skin. Everything about her screams water. So that's why for this week, everything about the avatar here screams summer and summer festival. So not only is that something I would recommend considering for your villagers, like we said, if you do happen to have if you don't have the dream styles for Stitch or Merlin or Scrooge, don't worry. You don't have to have those. I think this has a great shot at 4K as it is. With absolutely no changes, I think you'll be very likely for 4K, because most Dreamsnaps don't utilize villagers to this degree, and they don't do as good of a job as you did. The only thing I can really see here, Wings, that could make this even more competitive would be highlighting an outfit that really, really embodies the summer as well. And then considering if you do have some of those dream styles like Magician Mickey, I think would be very strong here. Surf and Turf Stitch, Summer Merlin if you have them, Summer Scrooge if you have them, I think could all be very good. So that's the only recommendation I have for you if you do, want to seek out ways to make this even more competitive. But yeah, great job with the foreground here as well with the Celebration Day baskets. Everything's looking really good. Well done, well done. And then we have Dree. Very nice, Dree. Very nice. So this is exactly what I mean about embodying the summer with your outfit. Dree GG got rank 8 last week. So this is, and that's exactly what she did. Last week, when we talked about how competitive it is to style your avatar in a way that really embodies not just part of the theme, but the entire theme. That's exactly what Dree did last week, and she ended up in the top 10. She did a lot of other things very well too, but this is what I mean when I talk about being as competitive as possible. Not only do you practically lock in the fact that you're going to land in 4K, but you also give yourself a great shot at the top 1,000, top 100, or potentially even top 10. So it's just a really good way to impress voters. And I'm really glad you did this here, Dree, because this is what we were just talking about. This is a very, very good summer outfit. And you're also highlighting the festival aspect. With this face paint with the little balloons, it looks like you visited like a body paint stall at this festival and they put these cute little balloons on your face. You have this very, easy top, easy to move around in, good for getting sun. You have these little summer shorts on with a lot of bold colors. So on top of that, you have Summer Stitch right at the front. Surf and Turf Stitch, dancing, vibing right here at the front of the scene. If you do happen to have like Summer Merlin and Summer Scrooge, I think all three of the summer dream styles, I think are going to be some of the best ones to highlight here. If you have them, but you really don't need them for this. I think this is pretty much locked in for 4K for sure. You've got everything going on. We've got music here. I love the way Sully's kind of pointing out at the crowd behind the DJ booth. This is such a great pose for Sully. Everybody looks well dressed for the summer. We have food with the pretzel stand. We have music. We have this nice little umbrella on the side. We have the Celebration Day baskets. Very cool to see those in all these snaps. And you have that new kind of like golden light item here at the base too, and the confetti with some light fireworks. Really, really good job here, Dree. Well done. Well done. And we have Jennifer here. Very nice, Jennifer. Very nice. Good summer fit here. Good summer fit. I would recommend some kind of face paint. Face paint is something that's very easy to overlook when you're designing your avatar most of the time. we did just get a really fun new face paint from the Star Path. So that's why I'm wearing that here with these nice little yellow stars. And we have like the yellow and green eyeshadow to kind of go with the fact that we have green on the skirt here. And if we look at Dree here, we can see just how impactful the face paint is because, again, you know, it tells a bit of a story. So she's at this street festival. She had these little balloons painted on. It really adds to that, like, party and celebration dynamic, and that vibe tells a whole story just with a piece of face paint. It really plays up those festival vibes even more. So the outfit, I think, is great. Very summer-inspired. There are some new shorts in the shop this week, in the Scrooge shop in particular. Soko's wearing them here. And also, Soko, same recommendation to you. I think the face paint could be really good here, too. But yeah, these are the summer shorts. I think they're going to be really popular this week. And we see them with Dree's get up as well. So those could be fun. They could make your outfit even more colorful here. The other thing I would recommend, Jennifer, if you have it, would be the confetti. I think the confetti is even more impactful than the fireworks this week because the picture talked about bright color. Fireworks are great for that. The rainbows, the aurora, you have a lot of great elements for that. However, when we look at snaps that do offer the confetti, you'll see they have all these really fun colors popping up within the submission due to the presence of those confetti cans. Now, I know it's a premium item. It's kind of rare. It doesn't come to the shop very often. So there's a chance you might not have it. And if you don't have it, don't worry. That does not mean you're not going to get 4K. It's just a good element to use if you do possess it. So I'm just saying, if you do have it, I think it's definitely worth considering. I really like it for any kind of party or celebration. We got rank 70 with Explosion of Color, and we were playing up the confetti cannons very boldly in that one as well. So voters tend to really like those confetti cannons if you do happen to have them. And again, I think they're going to be even more important than fireworks this week. So, you know, the way the confetti dust kind of hits the sides, you get these really fun flare-ups of color, and then you get all these little, you know, like twisty pieces. It just really adds to that festival flair. So if you have them, could be fantastic to utilize here. I think a very strong, very competitive item this week. But again, if you don't have it, don't worry. Great villager presence here. We got Summer Merlin here. We have Summer Stitch here. We have Summer Scrooge here. Now for Stitch, he actually has some really cute poses. One that can be very easily overlooked is his discussion pose. When he does his discussion, he has this really cute smile on his face, and that'll have him looking a bit more joyful in your photo. So that's actually what I'm using here is just the discussion. So if we look here, he's actually kind of mirroring me a bit. So my arms are open, I have this big smile on my face, and then we look at Stitch, and he's doing the same thing. This is his discussion pose. He puts his arms out, he kind of open and closes his mouth, but when you pause him, it just looks like he has a big smile on his face, and it's super cute. So I think getting Stitch to be a little bit more animated here could be really good. But yeah, I love that you have the food stall set up. You've got plenty of vendors here on the side. We have like the ice cold refreshments. We have the pretzel stand. We have the San Francisco food stall. Another thing is, I love this hairstyle. I think this hairstyle has a lot of potential and a lot of snaps. But for the Summer Street Festival, I would encourage you to try a style where the hair is up and maybe a little bit smaller, because think about how much more of the scene we would be able to see here if not for the hair. And I think the backdrop and everything going on here this week is a bit more important than the bigger hair. In fact, I think if we look at... Yeah, I think if we look at our other snaps, we see that a lot, actually. People are kind of wearing their hair back because, you know, you're going to a festival, you're going to have a lot going on, you're going to be moving around a lot, and it also offers really good visibility into the scene. So you'll see here we just have the pigtails, and there's no, you know, additional or big hair kind of on the sides. This just increases scene visibility. Like, let's say she didn't have that same hair, we wouldn't see Daisy very well. We would kind of cover Daisy here with that. And also wearing your hair up and pulled back is going to work really well. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't have bangs. I think in my example I do. But most of these hairstyles are, you know, not on the larger side. So I would be a little cautious there because I think what's really going to be impactful this week is going to be really showcasing that festival and making sure you have good visibility into that scene. So I would consider potentially a different hairstyle here. Everything else is looking really good. I think you nailed the summer vibe. You have all the summer dream styles here, which is great to see. You got the good lighting, sun behind the camera, sunset time of day, feels very warm. You got a good summer outfit. And you used your villagers very, very well here. I love Tigger kind of jumping in the back. I think that's really fun. And if you have Magician Mickey, if you don't have Magician Mickey, I think this Mickey is also great to use, by the way. But yeah, looking good, Jennifer, looking good. All right, let's move on to primaries. Now, Varia is first. If it loads. There we go. Okay. So, Nelvaria here. First thought here, Nelvaria, is it's a little bit low energy for a street festival. So if we go back to the challenge, right? And if you think about what we've seen so far, and this will matter in those 1v1 matchups, like if you pop up against any of the snaps we've reviewed so far, they were all very high energy. And the challenge ended by saying, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So you want your snap to appear very fun and joyful. So we have some good joy here for sure. Everybody looks happy to be here, but it doesn't really look like anybody's having fun. Eeyore is very low energy, and everyone's just kind of standing around. Like, Eric and Ariel are like, yep, here we are. And, you know, Alice is back here behind. I do love the lemonade stand. I think that's a super cute idea. And the other thing is, I think it's going to be tricky to have it feel quite like a street festival if we have flower beds here and like the kind of the brick sidewalk. Voters may not, you know, judge you too harshly for that. But if we look at some of the other snaps we've come across, you'll see they really have that street vibe. Like there's a tram right here that's kind of stopped. And instead of flower beds, because they're in the street, they're using the Celebration Day baskets. They're using items that tie into the festival environment, but also could be placed in the road. Whereas flower beds, they're just going to permanently kind of be a fixture there. So making sure it feels like a street festival, I think, is going to be a very competitive play here as well. And that's why we see things like the Celebration Day baskets kind of towards the foreground here. And also, again, look at how this snap is bringing the fun. It's bringing the joy. It's bringing the bright colors. You want to be very considerate of that because I do think that is going to impact performance this week. I think when it comes down to what we're going to see in the top 1,000, in the top 100, even in the top 10, I believe it's mostly going to be summer street festivals that are doing exactly what the challenge says here at the end, which is bringing the joy, bringing the bright colors, and most importantly, bringing the fun. And that's why these snaps, I think, are very, very competitive. Not only do they have a very strong summer feel, they really brought that street festival flair and that fun, that joy. Everyone is celebrating. There's confetti, there's music, there's food. It's a real good time. the voters are going to see this and they'll be like, man, that's the kind of festival I want to go to. That looks awesome, right? You want to kind of motivate the voter to get excited about your festival. You want that's going to make them more likely to vote it, right? If a player sees your festival scene and they see the villagers being animated and dancing and moving and cheering and everyone's having this wonderful time, that's going to tell a really nice story with, how they brought the fun and they brought the joy. So, in closing, your festival is beautiful. And I think it has a decent shot at 4K because you have a nice little festival scene here. You have the banners behind you. I love the idea of the lemonade stand. I think that's really cute. But with the flowers in the foreground versus some festival elements, and with the dress being like very bright and with you boosting your light bloom, it kind of washes the colors out a little bit. And then the villagers are all, I don't think you've changed anyone's animation. You've placed villagers with the toggle, but you haven't really done much to tell a story or to add that excitement and joy. So when you place villagers using your toggle Navaria, I would highly recommend, cycling through. You could have Ariel and Eric having a conversation. Eric could be laughing and Ariel could be laughing. They could be having a great time over here. You could have Rapunzel dancing around the flowers. You could have a smaller villager talking to Alice here to maybe buy some lemonade. There's so many good opportunities here to tell a story and to really impress the voter. And then think about things like avatar customization. Think about things like face paint to really play up the festival vibes. And instead of flowers in the foreground, consider things like the celebration day baskets or like things like fireworks and also things like confetti if you do have them. And if you want to turn this into an open street, you can still keep the brick right here. You could kind of do what we did in this example scene where you have kind of half road in the foreground and then it goes into sidewalk. So what we're doing here is, and the only problem with this is usually you're going to get this weird green line in between both paths. And I hate this green line, right? Because it just doesn't look right. But you can thankfully use these wrought iron tiles to completely hide that green line. And that way you can have two separate types of path here. You could be in the road with your pose. And instead of flowers, since we're in the road, we're not going to have flower beds in the road. I know the idea for your festival is that it's like a flower festival, because I saw you have the flower shop, you have the flowers on the ground, and you have the flowers in the foreground. I think you could still do that. I think you could still make that what your festival is about. But I would still make sure you're hitting the mark on a street festival. You don't necessarily want it to feel like it's not a street festival, because if there's no road closures, it's not really going to be a street festival. If it's taking place in just like an open plaza where there are no streets, then it's not really going to be a street festival. So what you could do is you could just have the road even closer than I have it. You can just have it right here at the base, and then you can have your brick sidewalk start right after that. And then by putting some items in the road, like these little celebration day baskets, I think they're going to be super popular this week. You can make it have even more of that festival feel, and you can nail that street festival vibe. And keep in mind, a road does not absolutely have to be asphalt. I mentioned this in my tip video for this challenge. Where I grew up, we had one of the biggest festivals in the Southeast for spring. It was the Azalea Festival. It's huge. Like, we would have like Snoop Dogg perform there, Avett Brothers. We get like these really big bands to come down, and there's like a lot of famous people that come to them. There's this huge parade. When I worked as a chef, I worked downtown, right on the main road where the festival was, and it would get so busy. It was our busiest day of the entire year. I loved it. 1 year, I actually was given the day off, and I got to enjoy the festival myself. Hey, thank you, Sasha Zito. That is so nice of you, my friend. That is so nice of you. We've already hit today's goal. Sasha Zito coming in with a very generous 1019. I see why you did that. Wait a minute. You got the 6969 on the board. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Nelvaria, thank you so much for your feedback and for everything. I haven't had much time this week to make a better snap. I know my snap doesn't fit the theme and isn't particularly good either. Don't say that, Nelvaria. I told you it's really beautiful. Listen. Just because there's ways you can make it more competitive doesn't mean you should assume it's a bad snap. Really think about this for a second. Think about most of what you see when you vote. This is better already. This is better, hands down, than about 85% of snaps, as it is. So, all we're talking about is how you can make it even more competitive, because to get 4K, you don't want to just beat 85% of snaps. You want to beat 95.5% of snaps. So we're just talking about pushing you a little further along here with the competitiveness, but you definitely don't need to feel like it's not good. You're doing a lot of things really well. The distance to the tree line here is perfect. You have really good framing. The photo is very balanced. You are utilizing villagers, and you do have a good foreground element. It's just not the best for this particular scene if we want to turn it into a street festival. That's all we're saying. So please don't feel like this is bad work or subpar just because we're giving you some advice on how you can make it more competitive. You still got plenty of time, my friend. It's only Friday. You got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to incorporate some more competitive angles here. This is already, I think, like I said, better than 85% of snaps that are going to be circulating this week. We just want you to be better than 95.5% of snaps. That's what we're getting at here. So yeah, I think you're doing really well so far. I mean, it's a great start. And I can really, I can tell what your festival is leaning in towards as well, which is the flower concept. The only slightly risky thing with the flower concept is it almost makes it feel more like a spring festival. Like, keep in mind, these are spring dream styles. And this is an item we got in spring. And flowers typically start to bloom in spring. Now, you can do a summer flower festival. Just make sure you make, the idea of the lemonade stand was genius. Because I think out of everything in the photo, this is the best summer feel we see. If you can find more ways to incorporate that summer feel, and if you can find ways to showcase that it's a street festival and make your villagers a bit more animated and joyful and fun, I think you'll be practically locked in for 4K. So I would not feel bad about this at all, Navari. It's a wonderful start. So please, keep in mind, we're never saying your Dream Snap is bad. We're only just trying to provide ways to make it even more competitive. That's it. I think it's looking good so far. All right, let's see. Navari said, thank you so much. Of course, my friend, of course. And no need to rush. Like I said, it's only Friday. So you got plenty of time. To have some more fun. And thank you again, by the way. Thank you again, Sasha Zito. That was very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. Wendelin said, I'm sorry, but what are those called again? Wait, which item, Wendelin? I know you commented that a while ago, so I don't remember which item I was referring to. If you can specify, I would be happy to let you know the name of. Maybe you're talking about the shorts. They're in the screw shop. It was the summer shorts. All right, let's see here. Next up, we got Black Knight. Black Knight is next. Okay. Hi, Sabai, the poor Aurora. I forgot I had turned it on, and that was all that was visible after watching your video. I wonder if the outfit is okay. I'm always cold, so I would totally wear this during the summer. Thank you for the feedback. Oh, by the way, with the Aurora Black Knight, I got a tip for you. I figured out something today. Look at mine. It's not perfect, right? It's never going to be as good as it was unless we can physically move it. But fun fact, we can rotate it. Now, unfortunately, without being able to move it, we can't get it to look this good. We can't get it to stretch perfectly across the entire scene. But you can show a bit more of it. So here's what you do, Black Knight. You're going to go into your furniture menu. You're going to go down to Special. And then after you activate the Aurora, when it's highlighted, you're going to click your right and left bumper, and that's going to let you rotate it. I'm kind of surprised they didn't add the buttons in and tell you that was a thing. But yeah, check this out. Check this out. If I go to the Aurora here, I can rotate it. So if you're, if you're sad about the Aurora like I am, and you want to see a little bit more of it, it was the iron slab. I found it. Thank you so much. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the wrought iron tile. The wrought iron. Yeah, I love this thing. I use this all the time. You craft them with that wrought iron you get from Remy, but it's the perfect sealant for these open pathways. I use it in almost all of my city builds because it's a great way to conjoin two paths without that weird green line in the middle. That's why it's one of my favorite items. I should probably favorite it, to be honest. In fact, if I go to some of my previous snaps here, if I go to Dreamsnaps, you'll see in almost all of my previous city scenes, like this was City by Moonlight, where it said, imagine flying over a city at night and taking in the moonlit streets below. Look at when we zoom in between the asphalt and the sidewalk. We see that same row of wrought iron tiles there. Like I said, anytime I do a city build and I'm combining two different types of path, that item will always be there. I don't think I have it in this town build. No, it's not in this one. But yeah, fantastic item to use. It's a craftable. You just need wrought iron, which is kind of a headache to get, but definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. It has great Dreamsnap utility. Good item. I'm glad you pointed it out. It really adds a nice texture too. Yeah, it does. It does. It makes it feel more developed, and it gives kind of a cool pattern to the edge of the road and to the sidewalk. It's a great detail. It's a great detail. I think a lot of people use it competitively like this to, conjoin two paths. Otherwise, you always end up with those weird kind of lines, and then there's the green line in the middle, and it just kind of stands out. So, very, very strong for, like, city builds. Lenny said, I'm so glad that we can still move it a bit. I had no idea. I didn't know till today. Author told me right at the beginning of the stream, because I have been crying and complaining about the Aurora since update day. If you were here on update day, it literally killed my entire vibe when I found out I couldn't move it anymore. Because I'm not kidding when I tell you the Aurora is like my favorite item. I love the Aurora. Now, I'm still not 100% happy with it, you guys. To me, this still isn't quite good enough. But it's better than nothing. At least we can rotate it. I didn't know that at all, so I'm glad we get a little bit of control. But it's a far cry from what it was. So, it's nice that we're not going to be able to do what we did in the past. I wish they would have just left it alone. I know they wanted to add something to this new environmental effect thing, but I wish they would have just waited until we got, the new items that are coming in. Now, what's nice about it, too, though, is that you can, if you combine it with the Crystal Castle, you can actually kind of fill in your sky a little bit better. So, if I have the Aurora going this way and then there's a gap here, or if there's a gap in the middle, I could take this Crystal Castle, I can put it right in the back. Like now, if you look at my sky, I have Aurora kind of on the left and on the right. But maybe we want a little bit of Aurora right in the middle. So I think this new Crystal Castle is going to be kind of a new meta item now, because it's the only Aurora we can actually move around. And look at how magical that looks. That looks really good. That looks really good. So I think a lot of people picked up that castle when it came out. Oh, the sun's setting. I think a lot of people picked up that castle when it came out, but if you didn't get it, it's only 3,000, I think. I think, right? It's not 4K, is it? Or 3750? Regardless, if the castle comes back to the shop and you have the moonstones, now that we can't move the Aurora, this is the only Aurora in the game that we can kind of, position the way we want. So it makes this castle highly valuable now. So if this comes to the shop and you have the moonstones, I would highly consider it. Or pin it. Pin it so you can pick it up later. All right. Let's continue. Sorry, Black Knight. Sorry. I just got to yours here. Alrighty. So, for your summer festival, I like that you got Vanellope dancing here. But I do think a few more villagers and a bit more of... a bit more animation here, a bit more joy, a bit more fun would be good. Like we have Belle kind of waving. But think about villagers that are highly animated. Like Vanellope's perfect here. Think about ways we can play up the festival vibes a bit more. So you have the paper picals, which is fantastic. We also have a little guitar here, which is great. I love a little Dutch hound. And it looks like you have some food and some music out. And, you asked about the outfit. You said, after watching your video, I wonder if the outfit's okay. I'm always cold, so I would totally wear this during the summer. What you have to consider, though, when building a snap, is that it's not necessarily... You're not the one voting on it. That's what you got to keep in the back of your mind. This could very easily be a 4K Dream Snap. It just depends on what it pops up against. But if I were the voter and it were, and it ended up being between an outfit like this versus an outfit like yours, this has a much stronger summer feel. So regardless of whether you would be fine wearing something big and heavy during the summer, most of the people that live in very hot climates aren't going to see that. They're not going to say, I would wear that. Because growing up in North Carolina and spending a lot of time in Florida, I would never wear that during the summer because I think I would die of a heat stroke. So, depending on where you are. But some people are very cold-natured and, you can get away with it. But I want you to consider this, Black Knight. I want you to consider this. Remember when we were reviewing snaps for In Your Element, and I kept mentioning that the snaps where the player went out of the way to showcase the avatar, truly embodying everything about the theme, were going to be the most competitive and we're going to dominate the meta. We were 1000% right about that. There were actually a lot of people that had really good snaps, like yours, like a beautiful snap that could get 4K, that ended up getting 1500 or 2500. And I think for a lot of those snaps, they ended up popping up against photos that were equally beautiful, but they had defined the theme much more effectively with their avatar. Like if you look at Dree GG, she's been very, very good about this. That's why her snap last week received rank 8. She created a snap as an earth elemental, and she had this really good Mother Nature vibe. She had on the big lettuce wrap dress. She had on the antlers. She had changed her skin tone to green. She had a dark green lip, a light green eyeshadow with a dark green blend. She had very dark green hair, and she was in a seated pose with forest animals all around. So she had taken this earth element concept and completely poured it into the presentation of her avatar. She knows how successful that is, so she's doing the same thing this week. She's taking the words summer and festival and pouring them into the presentation of the avatar. To highlight festival, she's got colorful hair, she's got face paint, she's got these golden orbs, and this kind of flashy outfit. To highlight summer, she has these short summer shorts and this small top and this tan complexion. So not only does the scene here really embody the joy, the bright colors, and the fun that the challenge mentioned, the avatar does as well. And if you want to be as competitive as possible, which ultimately either practically guarantees landing in 4K or gives you a chance to be in the top 10 or top 100 or top 1,000, think about how you can be as competitive as possible with the theme. Everyone that is putting in any effort is at least doing the theme. But how can we excel with the theme? How can we take the theme to the next level? How can we have everything happening in our scene translate with that theme? So the challenge gave us some examples of what we can do for our festival. We could do a parade, we could do music, we could do food, or we could do something else. This one highlights multiple avenues of that. You know, we have music, we have all this dancing and fun, but we also have food. And then there's the celebration day baskets, and there's the bright colors and the fun. Everyone is very animated. So going back to your snap here, I think you're doing a lot of things really well. I think the beauty factor is there. And I think this has a shot at 4K for sure. So you don't absolutely have to make changes. But I do think you could make this a lot more competitive. Right now, there's very little here convincing me that it's summer. It feels very spring. Especially in Dreamlight Valley. When do we get the flower stuff every year? Spring. It's always spring. In fact, we got this with the Poffic Romance Star Path this spring. You know, right around February. So like we get a lot of the flower stuff around spring. And in the YouTube video, I talked about ways to make sure you're, you know, really play up the summer vibe so it's super clear that it's summer. So with the very big jacket, with the very big pants, with the spring dream styles, and the spring decor, it feels a bit more like spring than it does like summer here. But I think it can still work for summer. This can still work, which is why you still have a great shot at 4K with what you have here. But I know how talented you are. I know what you're capable of. So I fully believe that if you were to take a step back and put a little bit more thought into, okay, how do I really convey to every voter that this is obviously summer, beyond a shadow of a doubt? And how do I make it very clear that this is a very fun and joyful festival? If you take a step back and you consider those angles and then you incorporate them, with your talent, you would not only practically guarantee 4K, but you would also likely get a very high rank. So I would consider that, my friend. That's the advice I have for you this week. M's is next. Okay, very fun summer outfit here, M's. Very fun summer outfit. We have some singing back here. Very cool. I like the little motif here. We got some villagers cheering in the background. You got some popcorn treats. Okay. We got some balloons. So my advice here, M's, you're already doing some things that play up summer very well. The outfit, some of the villagers you're using, I think, work very well with summer too. But I would try to take it even further than that, if possible. When it comes to really highlighting a summer street festival, featuring things like ice cream. Like, think about the food that's being offered, right? It's a hot summer day. It's busy, so shaved ice cream. And then also we're featuring things like these palm trees up at the top. So the palm trees featuring waterways in your snap could be a great way to play up the summer vibes as well. I'm not saying you have to do all of these things. Adding a waterway would be a lot of work, would practically require you to rebuild the whole scene. So, maybe just consider, some of the other oceany themes. And once you have time to work on your star path, these big koi fish balloons, I think, play really well because, fishing is going to the beach or fishing or being at water is really popular in the summertime. And these balloons kind of tie into both the festival vibe and the summer vibe. There's also things like the celebration day baskets and the fireworks, some really fun stuff you can use there. So I can't remember if you had on any accessories, but we talked about that in my video as well. There's some great summer accessories you can attach to the avatar. And you might not have the summer dream styles, like you might not have Surf and Turf Stitch. You might not have Bermuda Merlin or Summer Vacation Scrooge. If you don't, that's totally fine. But if you do have them, I would highly recommend, maybe including them into the photo somehow. And then the last thing I want to touch on is your confetti. If you position it and time it a little bit differently, you're going to get this really beautiful confetti effect. This is super popular in Dreamsnaps to get that little confetti mist. It's where the confetti cannons really shine. If we go back to my Explosion of Color Dreamsnap, this one ended up getting rank 70, and we see the same thing here, right? We see that beautiful confetti mist here on the sides, and then we also see the mist behind the avatar, and then we see it over here too. So it's a mix of the confetti cannons. We even have some back here too, so we have a lot of the confetti cannons. And then we're playing up the bright colors with the paper pecals and stuff. So going back to your snap here, I see the little bits of confetti raining down, but if you were to position the cannons kind of on the sides of the scene, we would get a bit more color here. And I would also recommend avoiding white. So there's a version of this table that's light blue, which is a very good summer color. White is fine in your outfit, but since we have it in the outfit, on the table, on the guitar, and in this building here, compared to the other photos we're seeing, M's, this one doesn't feel quite as colorful. And if we go back to the theme here, you'll notice it says, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So when we look at your competition out here, when we look at some of the very competitive scenes, you'll see that they are really, really saturated with bright color. We have these very vibrant lights here on the side, the green ones, the blue ones. We have the red from the pretzel stand. We have the neon lights from the DJ booth. We have the bright colors of the Celebration Day basket. Notice how there's hardly any white here at all. And for the most part, in almost all of my snaps, white is a color I avoid as much as possible. Now, I'm not saying you can't have white in Merlin's beard or a little bit of white in your outfit or even a fully white outfit. It's just when I choose decor elements, I try to stay away from white because it really sucks the color out of your scene. So finding ways to replace items that do have an abundance of white can be very helpful to make your dream snap very vivid and very eye-catching. So going back here, final thoughts on your snap here. As mentioned, I think you're playing up the summer vibes with the avatar very well. Consider some accessories. There's some really, really good necklaces and things you can play with here. And then also consider if you were to reposition your confetti cannons, you would get a bit more of the confetti dust. And you can swap out this white table with a blue table. But most importantly, what I would encourage you to do is to potentially open this scene up a little bit. Try to give yourself a little bit more room. Not a lot, but if you took this stage and you moved it back a few paces, and if you open this snap up a little bit, you would have room for more villagers, more fun, ice cream stands. You'd be able to tell even more stories with your festival, have it even busier. So as it is right now, this could definitely get 4K, just as it is, but there are definitely some wonderful ways to make this even more competitive. I would think about the positioning of your confetti cannons. I would think about the room that you're working with. And since you have white on the outfit and a lot of white on this house here, I would be very careful playing up even more white. Perhaps if you swapped this building out for the one that's like a little movie theater, or for one, or the blue one that has a little bit less white in the building, could give you some more fun color here. Skylar is next. I'm kind of super annoyed at the fact that we can't put the Aurora anywhere we want anymore. Yeah, I know, it sucks. But you can rotate it, so you're pretty lucky here. We're going to help you with this. I went with kind of a host of a festival outfit, but I know it's not as summery, so I did redo this with a more summery outfit if I could send it without reviewing, without losing my spot. Yeah, Skylar, go ahead and upload it under this post right now. The channel is not locked, so you don't have to DM it to me. Oh, you're fast as heck. Dang, that was quick. All right, so we have option number 1 here, and then option number 2. Okay, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I like the summer style outfit here. I do like the idea of going as the host of the festival. I think this is really fun, but unlike Journey into Imagination, the challenge wasn't asking us to be the host. So in Journey to Imagination, the challenge stated, you're showing your value to the world. But in this challenge, it's all about just enjoying the festival. So I do think going with, making sure you go out of your way to make it feel like a summer street festival, making all 3 of those keywords in the title abundantly clear, is a very, very strong direction this week. I think that's going to be highly competitive. I love the crowds. I love how we have so many villagers, and I also love the way you've paused them. You have people talking and interacting. Like Belle's looking over here as she's checking out this book. Anna and Flynn are looking towards the camera. Mirabelle's over here smiling at something. Vanellope's jumping for joy. Mickey's like, oh boy, welcome to the festival. And then you got, the ducks over here. All the ducks in a row, if you will. We have Aladdin, Jasmine, and Snow White having a conversation. So I love the storytelling here. Not only are you using an abundant amount of villagers, but you have everyone interacting in unique ways. You're telling multiple different stories. You're showcasing the closed street as well, right in the middle. So right in the middle of the build, as we mentioned in the Thursday video, if you look up the definition of a street festival, it involves the closing of streets in like towns or cities where the festival takes place. That's why it's called a street festival, because it happens on a street. So the fact that you highlighted the street very well, you're highlighting a nice summer outfit, and you have the ice cream stand over here too, so you have some other fun summer elements here. As for your Aurora, what you can do here is you can actually still rotate it. So I found this out today because the game did not tell us this. Now, it's not perfect. It's never going to be just as good as it was. But if you go into your furniture menu, what you're going to want to do is zoom way out so you can actually see it. Make sure you can actually see the Aurora. And now go into furniture and go to special. And once you highlight the Aurora, use your right and left trigger here. And we're going to be able to move it around. So we can rotate it. This is going to allow us to get, a little bit more of that beautiful Aurora into our scene, thankfully. It's far from perfect. But it's better than nothing, right? We can get a little bit more of that Aurora in the sky, if we want. And if you happen to have the Aurora Crystal Castle, you can kind of fill in the gaps where you might be missing some Aurora. So with how we just rotated that, we have it going up this right-hand side, and we have it over here on this left-hand side. We just had an empty pocket here, so we put the Aurora Castle there to get a little bit of that. So we can thankfully rotate the Aurora. So keep that in mind. I did not know that. I did not know that until recently. So just keep that in mind. Still, it's going to allow you to have it highlight a little more than this. It's not the same as, sadly, it's not the same as being able to actually move it. We won't be able to do something quite like this, which is unfortunate, but it's better than it being stuck here. Now, I will say, I don't know. It does look like you have some of the good summer styles. If you have Summer Merlin and Summer Scrooge, you might not have them. But if you do, I would definitely prioritize them to make sure they're very well featured here. Kind of like you're doing with the Surf and Turf Stitch. And also for Mickey, I love this outfit for it. I think if you don't have Magician Mickey, I think this outfit is really good. But what I love about Magician Mickey is one thing you're going to see at street festivals are going to be street performers. There's almost always some street performers at these kind of events. And if we take a look at Magician Mickey, he really does have this wonderful street performer kind of element to him. You know, he's got the red vest with the gold embroidery and the little gold cuffs and the dark pants. And, you know, he's dressed as a magician. You know, that very good street performing kind of look for Mickey. And it also limits, you know, all these white stripes on the outfit, making him a bit more colorful too. Now, the most colorful style for Mickey is the rock and roll Mickey. But I think for storytelling, Magician Mickey could be even better. And then you can have Mickey do a pose where maybe he's like doing a magic trick and somebody is confused by it. You can do some really fun stuff with that if you wanted to. That is if you have that, you know, if you have that style. If not, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I think the style you have is a great choice if you don't have that magician style. The other thing I would consider here would be confetti. And I also see you're adding some great balloons into your scene. There's something I think that a lot of people haven't really played with that's really strong. And it's these Tigger balloons. These are kind of new. We got them with Wish Blossom Ranch. And they're really easy to forget about because they're not really on everyone's radar in the meta right now. But what's really nice about these Tigger balloons is that unlike the rest of the balloons in the game, these actually go up into the air. So it looks like balloons floating away, and they're really colorful. They're really nice for filling out your skyline. So now that you're kind of sad that the aurora can't cover your whole sky, there are some really good alternatives I think people are going to start waking up to now that we're not going to be able to use the aurora like we were in the past. There's other wonderful items we can utilize to like really help fill out that skyline. I think for this one, I would actually move it a little further left to be in between these two, kind of like this one is here. But these floating orange balloons, I think, look really good, and they could be super fun here. And if you've had time to work on your star path a bit, now, these are broken. I have to keep changing the color back. But in my official snap, I'm actually using blue and green because both of those colors can play really well into the kind of summer aspect. Blue for water and green for like all the lush greenery you're going to see in the summer season. So once you get, and also since they're fish, you know, and they're neon, they're like a really cool feature for, I might do blue on the outsides because the blue will be even more noticeable. But these are like a really cool feature for not just the festival vibes, but also for the summer vibes. Because one thing that'll be highlighted a lot in the summer is going to be things to do with the ocean, things to do with water. So these giant fish balloons with these beautiful colors, I think they do a lot to add bright color to the scene, and they also play well into the summer dynamic. So I would consider playing around with these balloons if you can get them unlocked. They could be super fun. But yeah, looking really good so far. Also, don't forget about things like face paint for your festival look. You can paint little balloons on your face. I'm actually using the brand new face paint that we got from the Star Path just because I wanted to play around with it. But there's all kinds of super cute face paint you can do. But yeah, very clear street festival, very well defined. Tanya is next. Very good here, Tanya. Very good. This looks like so much fun. You did such a wonderful job here. The small top here, the nice tan complexion. Very good summer feel on the avatar. Mermaid Minnie. I love this dream style for the summer vibe. This is such a good summer vibe for Minnie here. You have Summer Stitch. You have Joy, Daisy, and I think Daisy's default style is probably best for summer because some of her other styles, she has the spring one, but this one I think works really well because it's just a small shirt, short sleeve, so it feels more like warm weather. Ariel and her little, shiny dress, singing, I think is perfect because this looks like something somebody would wear. And the way everyone's cheering and the confetti is falling, you really went out of your way to fill this image with joy and fun. Like literally joy. So yeah, good job there. Good job there. I do really like Jasmine's default style a little bit more for this week's challenge, but this one's fine too. Her default style doesn't have long sleeves, so I really like it for the summer feel. And what could be fun about it too is the blue could balance well with Minnie, but I kind of like the purple over here too, so yeah, you might want to keep it like it is. You also nailed the confetti cannons. You got the confetti dust in here, which looks great. We got the paper pecals here. I would maybe consider changing the color of the smoke bombs behind Ariel. The default color on the smoke bombs is very, very pale pink. And since you have such great lush colors throughout the snap, I think you could complement those colors even better if you change this to like a nice lush purple or even a green or blue. I think it's going to be a great backdrop to Ariel because right now, this light pink isn't too far off from her light purple on the dress. So if we had this smoke bomb kind of set to a more bold color, I think it's going to complement all these bold colors here in the foreground. And the flowers are fun, but I would also consider one of the strongest foreground elements this week, I think, is going to be these little celebration day baskets because they really nail that festival vibe. You got the little pinwheels. You got these like little jars of things. And also, an item that's very easy to forget about because whenever we're doing stuff with fireworks, we're almost always using the actual fireworks we can trigger. But there is a craftable firework from Eternity Isle here. And these are great for the foreground. So you can also, you can put the Celebration Day basket and these fun little fireworks in your foreground if you wanted to try something else other than the flowers. But if you want to keep the flowers, that's fine too. They are very pretty. I'm just saying there are items we can use here. I think that would add even more color and add more of a festival feel. So these flowers are, I think, perfect for nature-y scenes. And I mean, they look really good here too. But you see how the blades of grass on them, almost look like a yellowish hue. The Celebration Day baskets would add a vast array of colors, which is going to work really good with the rest of the scene, and they would play up those festival vibes even more. Great job with the face paint. Really good job with the avatar design here. I think it's super fun. And what I really like about your scene, I talked about this a lot in my Thursday video about this challenge. I said this, I think, 4 times in that video. This week, the most impactful tool that we have when it comes to executing the theme as stated, when it comes to creating a festive scene, when it comes to bringing joy and fun, it's the villager toggle. And it's not necessarily just using it, but how you use it. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Look at how Tanya brought the joy and the fun. Voters are going to see this and they're going to be like, that looks like a great time. That's a festival I would love to be at. Because you have the confetti, you have the beauty, but you also have the joy and the fun. You have Moana cheering, you have Joy jumping, you have Minnie spinning around, you have everyone just having the time of their life here. And this is what I meant in that video. It's not just about placing your villagers. It's about telling a story, and it's about bringing that joy and bringing that fun, and you knocked it out of the park here. Fantastic job. Very likely for 4K, even without changes. Ashy Poo. I changed the food items in front of the avatar to ice cream, and I unlocked the facelift, so I added that. Just didn't want to lose my spot in the queue. Try to make it look like a food festival. Thank you for your feedback, says Ashy Poo. Okay, very cool, very cool. So you said you've changed it to some more summer treats. I think you got a decent summer outfit here. You got the summer shorts. I don't know if I would do something with like the turtleneck kind of top covering the neck for summer. And something we talk about quite a lot, Ashy Poo, is lighting. Now, unfortunately, your sun is not behind your camera. And if it is, it's setting. So everything is kind of shaded here. So if your sun is behind your camera and you are using the sunset time of day, you need to be aware that on the second hour of sunset, at the last 10 minutes of the hour, the sun actually starts to go down the horizon. And that's why we don't see sunlight here. You see how nobody has a shadow? Or at least I can't tell if they do. I'm looking for our sunlight. And I can't really see it. Oh, I think it's off to the right, actually. Yeah, I think your sun is off to the right. Because here's Anna's arm shadow. This arm, we see the shadow here. So it looks like the sun is hitting the right-hand side of everyone. Like right here. So when you build your snaps, Ashy Poo, I can't stress this enough. This is extremely important. In fact, the two most important things for any Dreamsnap challenge, the two very most important things. First is theme. Theme is number one. It takes priority over everything. Number two, that takes priority over everything except for theme, is lighting. Lighting takes priority over everything with the exception of theme. And what you're going to see here is in this scene, we have very strong lighting. You can see the shadows very clearly, and that's because everything is very well lit and very vibrant. This plays up not only the theme, because the theme told us to make something with bright colors, but it also just plays up the beauty element overall. And this is what you see in a vast majority of 4K submissions. Roughly 80% of what you see in 4K is using this exact lighting, unless they're nighttime. And I would say 90% of what's in the top 100 is doing this. So what we're doing is we're building our scene facing the sun. I talk about this every week. I stress it over and over and over. If you want to get the best value out of these reviews, lighting is where to start. You know, it's not... I don't want to come back to it. You know, this is something you don't need me to tell you. This is something we got to master like weeks ago. You really want to get this down. Again, if we look at... Dree last week got rank 8, right? Rank 8. Top 10 submission. So, last week, her snap that got rank 8 was using the exact lighting I'm talking about. And sure enough, this week, again, she's using the exact lighting I'm talking about. And it's not just Dree. It's Mama Duke's. It's Bob's. It's Sunshine. It's Beagle Mama. It's Beyblade. These players that you see in this community that have been getting 4K on every single submission for a year or more, they're all using this. You gotta ask yourself why. And when you ask that question, I can give you the answer. The reason why they're using it is because they know for a fact that this is a huge performance booster. You can look at 4K results and you'll see most of the snaps in that 4K range are using this sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera. And even if they're not doing sunset, they still have the sun behind the camera. So just to really drive this home, not only for you, but for anybody else that wants to elevate their snaps, putting the sun behind the camera, the reason it's so important is because, think about it, in professional photography, they always set up these big spotlights. They always set up lights, or they have a nice flash. So and Dreamsnaps is a photography challenge. So in the real world, photographers use the golden hour as well, sunrise and sunset. That way they can get the optimal lighting. But when they can't, they set up these big light projectors, and then they take their photos. So just like in the real world, it works the same way in the valley. But in the valley, we don't have giant light projectors we can set up. We don't get that. What we do get is the sun, and we can determine the time of day, and we can determine where we build our snap, and it needs to be facing the sun. It needs to have that sunlight beaming into it. Now, if you end up getting on a 10-week 4K streak or a 20-week 4K streak using this method, by that point, you've probably learned enough about lighting to where you don't have to use that. You can use your camera tool to get those colors and that lighting back in other ways, or you can use decor tricks. But we're going to take a look at, and this is why I really encourage you guys as well to make sure you consider this when you're submitting, because there are a lot of other things I would really like to talk about with this snap, but we got to prioritize things based on their importance. So there are a lot of other things with your snap Ashipu that I would love to discuss, but since we don't have the ideal lighting, we got to stick with that for now. So, we could talk about how Anna is in a winter dream style, even though this is a summer challenge. How Daisy is in a Halloween dream style. There's other things in here that we could recommend, but we got a lot of other snaps to get to, and none of that stuff is as important as lighting. The number one thing that needs to change here is the lighting, because it's going to make the snap far more vibrant, far more beautiful. It's going to give it texture because we're going to have shadows coming off of the characters. And again, like all of the top performers here use this week after week after week. I want you to know that pretty much all the Dreamsnap veterans, all the people that are, getting in the top 100, getting in the top 10, and consistently ranking in the top 1,000, they're all doing this over and over and over. Sure, every once in a while, they'll do something cool, like put a sun in the background, they might switch it up. But 90% of their submissions and 90% of my submissions and, most of the photos you see in the 4K range are doing what we're about to discuss. So let's look at in your element snaps real quick here. We're just going to check out a few 4K snaps. Here's a 4K snap. Sun is behind the camera. We can see the sunlight hitting the avatar here. We can see it on the lava. We can see the shadows. So here's another 4K snap. Again, this will be Beyblade here. The sun is behind the camera. We're getting very, very strong lighting on the avatar. We're getting very strong lighting on the characters. Very strong lighting on the waterfall. Look at the shadows. You see the shadows going back because the sun is behind the camera, right? Here's another one, another 4K. Sun is behind the camera. Look at these shadows here. So far, we've clicked on 3 4K photos, and every single one of them is using the lighting I'm trying to get you to use. That's indoors, so we're not going to worry about this one. Here's Claudia. Another one. Sun behind the camera. Another 4K. You see these shadows going back. Here's another one. Another 4K. They didn't provide their rank for that one. Another 4K here. See the shadow going back. Sun is behind the camera. Optimal lighting. The only spots that had shadows have these beautiful silhouettes under them. Nighttime, so we'll keep moving. Here's another one. Sun is behind the camera. Great lighting on the avatar here. Shadow going back. Hope and 8 weeks of 4K. Look at that shadow going back. Very strong lighting here. Sunset time of day, sun behind the camera. Same thing here. Rank 805, top 1000, same exact thing. The sun is behind the camera, sunset time of day. Mama Duke's here. This one, we can see the shadows going back here as well. Even though they hit a lot of the scene with the smoke bombs and used a lot of character lighting. But still, same thing. You get the point here, you get the point. And then if you look at my submissions, sun behind the camera, nighttime. Check, 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 check. Nighttime. Check, 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 check. Yep. Not sunset, but sun is still behind the camera. Check, check. Nighttime. Check, 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 check. Inside. Check. Nighttime. Check, 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 check. Nighttime. Check. Nighttime. Check, check, check. Nighttime. Check. Inside. Check, 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 check. I think you get the point. I think you get the point. Or at least I really hope you do. Because this is super duper duper super duper super duper times 10 important, okay? Before I give you any pointers on anything else, it's got to start with the lighting. We got to start with the lighting. So you really want that sun behind the camera. We should have light. This, in all your path, would actually be so much more colorful. This would be a very nice, vibrant shade of this reddish brown on both sides. Sully, Moana, a lot of your characters would be more vibrant. Your pretzel stand would look 10 times better. So would this ice cream stand here. So I know I spent a lot of time on that, but, you know, it's not just for you. It's for everybody. I want everybody to know just how important that is. Zombie is next. Hey, Zombie, here are my stars for the week. Messed around with lighting some this week. Let me know what your suggestions are, and thank you, as always. All right. Well, you have a really good festival look. And I love the light. But I don't really see anything here that tells me it's summer. And 3 people doesn't really feel like a festival to me. So I don't see the street. I don't see the summer. The only thing that's giving festival is your face paint and your outfit. So at least you have an element of the theme, which is really good. You know, you have at least an element of the theme. But I'll be honest with you, Zombie, I think this is more than just risky. I think it is missing most of the theme. And I know you like to make snaps outside of the box, which I often praise and say they're still likely to get 4K because you include enough of the theme, but I'm worried this might not be the case this week. Now, you can still keep this really fun concept you have going on here, but Anna is not dressed for summer really at all. Tiana kind of works here. The best thing about this is the presentation on the avatar, but what exactly here is going to show me that it's a street festival? What exactly here is going to show me in particular that this is a summer street festival? I don't really see anything. There's not anything here, sadly, that really communicates that to me. So if I were the voter, I would be inclined to vote for most of the snaps I've seen today over this one. And I don't like that because you're really, really good at making snaps. And it's okay to think outside the box and take risks, but it is not a good idea to completely ignore 90% of the theme. So be very careful here, my friend. Think about how, as we've discussed, think about how beauty can only get you so far. These are really, really beautiful shots. All of them are. I really like the colors and the kind of nighttime scene you have here. And this may be totally fine because, 80 to 85% of snaps are just like random selfies. They're random quest photos. They're empty fields with a handful of items. At least you're close to the avatar. You have really fun lighting tricks. You have a very good design on the avatar. So if you can manage to pop up against a lot of people that don't have much going on, I think you could definitely get 4K with this. But if you happen to pop up against pretty much most of what we've seen so far, snaps where it very clearly feels like summer, and it very clearly feels like a street festival, and they're also doing the other things the challenge mentioned, like showcasing the joy and the fun. I don't think your snap is built in a way to contend with these. And that's dangerous because these are going to be what is making up most of 4K. And if you want to keep your spot in 4K as well, I would make sure you really highlight that summer element. And if you want to keep your outfit very fun and showman like that, try to highlight summer in some different ways. It doesn't always have to be a summery outfit. There's plenty of ways you can incorporate summer. But then also, we want to make it clear that it's a street festival. With you kind of surrounded by plants, it makes it nearly impossible to tell that it's a street festival. So, normally you make a snap that's a bit different outside of the box, but every time you do that, you're always still executing the theme. This week, though, I think I don't see the theme here. I don't see a street summer festival. And with your talent, I know you could deliver that and be super different at the same time if you wanted to. I would think about it. I would put a little bit more thought into your snap and say, okay, I want to wear this really fun outfit. I want to do this picture-taking scene. How can I do this and have these cool lighting tricks while simultaneously making sure that it's very obviously a summer street festival? How can I do that? You're smart enough to figure it out. I believe in you. But I would definitely brainstorm on that a little bit, my friend. Because you're too talented to miss out on 4K for something like that. Mushu, welcome back, my friend. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. Mushu, thank you as always. I wanted to go for a Main Street Disney vibe. Very cool, very cool. Mushu, I've missed your snaps. You always make such beautiful work. Very exciting to see you back in the reviews here. Awesome scene, awesome scene. Look at that. We got the Celebration Day basket here. We got the fireworks around it. Great minds think alike, my friend. Great minds think alike. Beautiful, beautiful. We got the new, Main Street house kits here. This building kit. Very fun, very fun. Lots of popcorn. And some good festival elements like the fireworks, the confetti. If possible, Mushu, I would try to get a little bit of that beautiful confetti dust in the corners, if possible. It might be hard, depending on what you have on the edges. You might not be able to get the confetti cannons in just the right place for that. But it does add some great color, and it really elevates that festival vibe even further. And you've already got great fireworks and stuff in the back. The rolled-up sleeves and the shorts, I think, play well into the summer vibe. So does the cap. If you have Magician Mickey, I actually, kind of favor him for this because he feels like a street performer in a way. But I do like the fact that you're leaning on his cap. That's pretty fun. And you've got some great poses here with the villagers. Aside from that, I would potentially try to highlight the ice cream stand a little bit more, since we want to be clear that it's a summer street festival. And I would also say that I think another great play here would be, in addition to having all of these wonderful villagers posing with you, I would think about ways to tell a story within this festival. Because you have all this space behind you where we can have some extra action, we can have crowds, to really give it that festival vibe, to like really amp up the festival vibe here. So, you know, finding ways to have maybe somebody, you know, you can have Flynn doing his like thing, maybe at Popsicles, you know? Like if you have some little, oh, thank you, my friend. Zombie with the 100 bits says, thank you for roasting me. I'm joking, LOL. I gave you a lot of compliments, my friend. You know that. I gave you, you know, I would not be as hard on you if I didn't know how talented you truly are. I find it impressive that you kind of have the ability to bend the theme every week and still manage to squeak into 4K. I think you're really good at that. So, if anything, it's a compliment. Though I do think the direction you're going this week is probably the riskiest I've seen, and I think it would truly require a good bit of luck this week to break out with a good rank on that one, simply because we're missing a lot of key elements there. And like I said, you're too talented to miss out for something that I know you could do. And you can still be different. You can still do something fun. But yeah, items like the Popsicles, you can have Flynn do his little thing where he's like, oh, look at that, you know. And I really like things like the shaved ice, because when people vote, you know, the main thing they're going to see is the words Summer Street Festival. And this will easily beat most snaps, like Cakewalk. You know, it's going to be very easy, I think, to beat most snaps with this. But my concern would be what happens when you pop up against other scenes that match you on beauty, but they're doing more to highlight the summer aspect of the street festival. Because here, I think the only thing I really see that kind of makes it feel like summer would be maybe the outfit, and even then, you have like a thick sweater vest on. The rolled-up sleeves and the shorts definitely help. But there's so many outfits out there that have a stronger summer feel, and then there's a lot of snaps out there that are also going out of their way to incorporate the summer dream styles. Like they have Summer Vacation Scrooge, they have Summer Merlin, they have Surf and Turf Stitch, and then they're using, you know, like Anna has a green dress dream style. All of her other dream styles are long sleeve, and, you know, she has like a winter style, but if you put her in that green dress, it cuts off at the collarbone, it's got no sleeves, so it's very good warm weather kind of attire. So like highlighting villagers that look very presented for warm weather is another great way to highlight summer. Highlighting tasty cold treats like the Popsicles or ice cream is another great way to highlight summer. Summer outfits is a great way to highlight summer. Including bodies of water or fountains can be a great way to highlight summer. New items like from the Star Path, like the big koi fish neon balloon things, could be a great way to highlight summer. There's so many different ways you could incorporate summer. So my biggest advice for you here, Mushu, is I think you have great festival vibes, but, and, you know, I think this could still certainly gain 4K because I think it really has a great street festival feel. But if it were to pop up against snaps that are doing more with the summer aspect, where the avatar has a very, very summer-centric style, and we see more summer styles on the villagers, where, you know, most of them are in short sleeves, and then there's, you know, characters in play like Surf and Turf Stitch or Summer Merlin or Summer Donald. I think your snap, that's going to be, I think, the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is you certainly nailed the street festival vibe, but what happens when you pop up against a very strong summer street festival? So beautiful work as always, Mushu. Beautiful work. My only recommendation here is you can keep this really wonderful Main Street Disney scene for your for your street festival for sure if you would like. But I would ask myself, in your shoes, what can I do to really highlight that this is a summer day at Disney? What can I do to like really bring that in? You have Ariel, you could highlight characters like Moana or Maui a bit more. There's some really fun stuff you can do here, and you can keep the main concept of what you have going on. It would just make you, I think, even more competitive with the theme this week. Beautiful work as always, Mushu. Love seeing your snaps. Lexnar. Hi, thank you for the feedback. I wish I had confetti. Well, thanks for telling me you don't, because that's definitely something I would recommend. Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh my God, Lex, you nailed the summer vibe. Dang, it's everywhere. This is another thing I talked about, palm trees. Palm trees they feel like, every time I see palm trees and dune trees, it feels like I'm looking at a scene in Florida. And, that's like the most popular, on the East Coast, it is like the most popular summer destination for a lot of people. But the casita here looks like a beach house. This really looks like a coastal, and I love that it's a street festival in like a coastal town. This feels like a Florida street festival. This is possibly one of the most summery street festivals I've seen so far. I think, Lex, this has extremely high potential this week. I think that there's a chance this could be one of the most competitive snaps we've seen thus far. And you've added everything the challenge mentioned as well. Like, you're checking every single box. Oh my God, you did so good here. So the challenge is called Summer Street Festival. I could guess that within a second of looking at your photo. And that's what I always say is, if you can design your photo in a way to where the theme is so obvious it could be guessed, you're going to be super safe. Because even the pickiest voters will not debate whether you are or are not on theme. It says, create a festive, summery street scene. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. And then it ends out by saying, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So we're looking for joy, bright colors, and fun. Look at all these bright colors. Look at all this joy. Look at all this fun. You have done everything and more. Eric playing his flute is a fantastic option, and then the guitar highlighted next to him. Mirabelle dancing. Aladdin looks like he's dancing. And you even have this music motif in the air. The palm trees layered around Casita, and the palm plus the dune trees layered with the Ferris wheel, and then with the big buildings on each side. Even though we can't really see the street because of how big the crowds are, we know it's a street festival because we can tell we're on a street. We can tell because of the position of the buildings. And as mentioned in my video this week, I truly believe the most important thing this week, aside from theme and lighting, is the villager toggle. The way you use the villager toggle this week is going to play a significant role in how you perform. Because how is it going to feel like a festival? How is it going to feel joyful? How is it going to feel fun if we're not using the toggle to highlight those elements? This is very, very well done. I have absolutely no recommendations for this. This is a guaranteed 4K submission. You do not have to change a single thing. Merlin, fantastic here. Fantastic. Summer Merlin, Summer Stitch. The only summer one we don't have is Scrooge, and honestly, we don't even need him. You even have Jasmine in her blue style instead of her purple, which I actually talked about in my video how I prefer the blue style because it doesn't have sleeves. It's better for the warm weather. And then you're highlighting a really good oceanic villager here with, or two of them really. You have Ariel and Eric. Eric playing the flute is genius. Mirabelle dancing is perfect. And we even have an adorable little tramp here. And I like the motifs with the watermelon and the rainbow. This highlights summer very well. If we look into the background, we can see balloons, more paper bacals, palm trees. And then you have all these bright colors by adding in the magnolia trees, the Ferris wheel, the bacals, the balloons, the fireflies. Honestly, I don't even think you really need the confetti. With how, well, I mean, I think it could be fun if you did have it. I think it would feel even more jazzed out. But it's fine without it, to be completely honest. Like, this is totally fine without the confetti. So yeah, if you had the confetti cannons, that would be super fun to add, but you absolutely do not need them here. And I like how, you know, in most of the foreground scenes, I haven't been a big fan of the flowers, but the way you position them here and the way you kind of hid part of them with the motifs, they really feel like tropical flowers here, which adds to that kind of Florida street festival feel. And the way everyone's crowded around, like, if you've ever been to a big street festival, this is exactly how it feels. Like, you got to kind of weave through the crowds. It's a lot of people jammed into these streets. And, yeah, just the way you layered everything, this is just so good. This is so good. No recommendations at all. Do not spiral. Do not, you know, take away what's perfect here. This is just perfect. I think you're just good to go. I think if you roll with that, you're going to find yourself with a very good rank this week. Messy Rebel said, okay, so I had a concept, but no floats. Cars will have to do. Wondering if I need more characters, perhaps. Keywords I took were festival, festive, celebration, joy, bright colors, summery, and street. Didn't notice you could sway the Aurora just weirdly in the corner. So you can rotate a Messy Rebel. We talked about that today. So we did discover, if you want to, what you can do with the Aurora now, since it's kind of just stuck there in the middle of the island. If you go into your furniture menu and you go down to special, you can actually rotate it. So if you want to have it be a little bit more impactful in your scene, that is one of your options. Now, if you're going for a parade, so a few things. First off, you see this weird green gap? This kind of breaks the immersion, right? You've been to a city. Does the road just like fade out into grass and then the sidewalk starts? Or does the road go into the sidewalk? It's the latter, right? So we want our snaps to look like movie scenes, not like movie sets. So look at this. Look at this here. This is how you can set up your roads. This is going to look a lot more clean. What we're doing here is we have the paved, the bordered asphalt, right? This is the bordered asphalt. And then we're using the wrought iron tiles. So you take the wrought iron. These are craftable. You just need that wrought iron for Remy. And you won't even need too much. You can just put down a few and then you use villagers to hide the rest of the gaps if you have more gaps. The nice thing about this is once you have them, it's really easy to place. All you do is place one, make sure you're looking at it from this angle, and then just duplicate. So it's super easy to just spam your button and place all of these right away. This is going to help you seal off those gaps and really make it feel like it has that city or street vibe. Because again, we don't want to... These little details play a big role. Not when it comes to getting 1200 or 1500. These things won't matter. But when it comes to getting 4K, that attention to detail can be huge. Now, you said you were playing up... You said the keywords you focused on were summer, was one of them. I'm not seeing that. What exactly in this photo is supposed to tell me it's a summer scene? Jack is literally wearing his Christmas outfit, and you have a snowman in the scene. 4 out of 5 villagers are wearing long sleeves. And again, I'm not trying to bash you here. I'm just saying your voters likely aren't going to see this summer keyword that you're discussing here. If you watch my Thursday guide about this video, I really spent a lot of time diving. We just saw an amazing summer street festival. When you're focused on summer as one of your key words, there's so many ways to incorporate summer elements into your scene, and I don't see any of them in yours. So for example here, palm trees, really playing up the summer vibes. The style of the houses all have a beach style feel. We have watermelons, tasty treats here. We have a summer themed outfit, like this tube top, right? We have a little sun hat. We have summer dream styles on the villagers. There's so many summer elements here. So I'm not really seeing, and it's important for me to be honest with you here because this is how your voters are likely going to feel as well. I'm not really seeing the summer angle here. When you're trying to make a summer scene, you can't just say, oh, here you go, it's sunny outside. Oh yeah, so is spring, so is fall. And, where I grew up in the South, even winter looks like this. You ever seen a winter in Florida, a winter in South Carolina or North Carolina on the coast? It looks exactly like this. It's 70 degrees out and sunny. So what exactly have you done here? If anything, you're kind of doing things that make it feel like it's not summer, right? Like we have Christmas Jack, we have Olaf. And again, everyone is in kind of long sleeves except for you and Tiana. One of your houses has a little bit of a summer feel, but with where you position it towards the front, we don't really get to see it very much. Okay, so let's talk about what you can do to kind of make this more impactful and what you can do to make it more competitive. Number one, I would consider what I mentioned about the road. You want your snap to feel like a movie scene, not like a movie set. You don't want it to feel fabricated. You want it to feel real. And in a real photo, the road is not going to be divided from the sidewalk with grass. So what you can do is use bordered path for both. And then you can use wrought iron tiles in between. So that's concept number one, is to clean up the road here. Now, of course, number two would be really focusing on defining the theme. So I see here, when I read your description here, you said the keywords I took were festival, celebration, joy, bright colors, summer, and street. I don't recommend just choosing a handful of keywords from the theme. If you want to be as competitive as possible, you want to consider everything the theme says. Sure, you can still get 4K by ignoring some things, but things in the title are not usually optional, right? Especially when it ties directly into the description. Some titles, like Journey into Imagination, the challenge asks us to make an expo, which doesn't really have as much to do with that. So some cases, the title is like, you want to incorporate elements of it, but it's not as important. But that's not the case this week. The first sentence is exactly what the title says. It says, create a festive, summery street scene. And the challenge title is Summer Street Festival. These two things here, the first sentence and the title, tell you exactly what you're doing. So it's not optional whether or not, if you want to be competitive, I wouldn't really recommend choosing whether or not to do summer this week. It's the theme. And it's not me telling you to do summer. It's literally the theme saying, here you go. Summer Street Festival. Make a summer scene. Has to be summer, right? And then it gives some examples. And there's a big or here, so you don't have to do all of these things, right? The or is very important. It says whether it's a New Orleans Parade with Tiana, a music festival, a food fair, or another celebration. So those are ways you can highlight a festival. You can show a parade, you can show music, you can show food, or you can show something else. It's just giving you different ways to highlight festivals. But the final closing statement here is also not optional. It's telling you exactly what to do. It says, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So there are keywords I would recommend choosing to highlight here. When it comes to building your Dreamsnap, if you really want to make it as competitive as possible, if you want to be safe with the picky voters and the non-picky voters, you need to focus on delivering what the challenge is about and what the challenge says. So, again, the first sentence in the title, very clear. This is a summer street festival. You are creating a festive summer street scene. The challenge closes by saying, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. That's not optional. You really want the bright colors, the joy, and the fun. You're being told to bring those things. It's not saying, bring the joy, bright colors, or the fun. It's not saying consider bringing the bright colors, the joy, and the fun. It is saying straight up, bring that stuff. Bring it. Bring your A game. So every snap this week that wants to be competitive needs to be a summer street festival. And it needs to bring the joy, the bright colors, and the fun. These are not optional things that you choose whether or not to do if you want to do the theme. Now, if you don't care about your results, if you don't care whether or not you get 4K, if you're just making the snap for fun and you really want to do your thing, you don't have to do any of this stuff, you know? But if you want 4K and you want to be competitive and you want to get a good rank, these things matter tremendously. And that's not just this challenge, that's with every challenge. So always pay attention to words like or versus words like and. That is telling you it's either some optional stuff or some required stuff. And voters do en masse remember what... If you get lucky enough, you can maybe get some voters that don't even care to read the theme, but almost everybody reads the title. And the words summer, street, and festival are all right there. So regardless of whether you bring the joy, bright colors, and fun, it's got to be a summer street festival. It just has to be. So going back to your snap here, first thing I would consider is fixing up your road to make it feel more convincing. You can also make the sidewalk a little bigger. This is very, very small for a sidewalk. Your road doesn't need to be quite this large. So what you can do is you can bring the sidewalk out maybe one more square. That'll have some walking space. That way you can have some villagers on the sidewalk watching the parade. And then you can use wrought iron tiles to seal off that sidewalk. Number 2, your biggest problem, summer. Again, there is nothing here that really highlights summer. Even the St. Patrick's Day clover and stuff, that is synonymous with spring, right? That's more of a spring direction. And then you have Christmas and a snowman. The villagers you're choosing to use don't... I mean, Jack is like a Halloween/Christmas villager. That's pretty far away from the spectrum of summer. Olaf is a snowman. Now, maybe you're going for Christmas in July, but there's not enough else going on here that really spells that out. And even doing just that is also a risk, because the whole point here is to make sure it feels like a summer street festival. Now, when it comes to your outfit, we just got this new Moonstone bundle. It's really pretty, right? This is a beautiful new outfit. So why are you the only one using it, right? You got to ask yourself that. If we look at the player who just got rank 8 here last week, why aren't they got that Moonstone bundle, you know, they got that really pretty new outfit. Why are they instead just choosing to wear Scrooge shop pants or shorts and a tube top from the Star Path? They just bought a $55 Moonstone bundle. Wouldn't it be better to wear a fancy green dress? No. No, because this does summer. Right? It's a summer street festival. We want to make that super clear. So by wearing an outfit that really highlights summer instead of St. Patrick's Day or Christmas, you know, you're going to help incorporate the summer vibes. Now, the other things you can do to bring in those summer vibes would be like what we just saw with some of those previous snaps. So if we go back, when we looked at Lex's snap here, right? Look at how many things she's doing here to highlight summer. She has houses that feel like beach homes. This feels like a beach community. There's palm trees everywhere. There's dune trees everywhere. We have oceanic villagers. We have summer dream styles. We have this beautiful summer outfit. We have the shaved ice cart, so there's cold treats. We have surfboards. Watermelons. Almost everything we see in this picture ties into either a festival or summer. And that's exactly what I recommend with every challenge. Every item you add, every villager you choose, every dream style you equip, every article of clothing you attach, your skin tone, your makeup, your accessories, everything you put into your snap, you want to think about how it ties into the theme. Here's the truth about Dreamsnap that a lot of people don't really know. It's never about how much time you put into your snap. There are thousands of snap every week, thousands of snaps that put in more work than 90% of us. They decorate entire floating islands, and they stay at 1,200 moonstones. They stay at 1,500 moonstones. They spend an entire day dedicated, and then they get really angry about snaps, and they say it's broken, I get robbed, it's not fair, I'm done with this game. But what they are having a hard time understanding is that nobody is voting based on who put as much time into their snap. We don't know how much time you put in. So it's never about how much time goes into your snap. It's about how much thought goes into your snap. If you want to get 4K consistently, you really got to be strategic. It's about winning votes. It's about making the theme very clear. It's about having good lighting. It's about having good villager presence. Strategy is how all of that works. So before you say, okay, I'm done with my scene, strategize. Read the title. Look at your snap and ask yourself, what can I do to make the theme so obvious here? What can I do to make the theme so abundantly clear that people can guess it just by looking at my snap? So strategize about how you can play up summer. Strategize about how you can really make this feel like a festival. Strategize about how you can make the scene feel convincing and real. You're already doing a really good job with your lighting. You got the sun behind the camera. You got the avatar nice and close, well featured. So you're playing up portions of the Dreamsnap meta, but you're kind of leaving behind the most important concept, which is theme. And you want to approach the theme with a lot of strategy. This theme is not just any festival. It's not just a parade. It's a very specific thing. And those are the easiest types of snaps, because when they tell you exactly what you're doing, you can just brainstorm based on that. So this is a summer street festival. You got the street. You got some elements of a festival, but not much. We need the summer. So think about your outfit, think about your villagers, and think about how you can make this into more of a festival. A parade isn't just going to be a car, a wagon, and 6 people. You can have, if you made this sidewalk a little bigger, you could have a ton of villagers on the side. Here, let me show you how you can build a parade out, actually. I have a good snap for you. I made a parade when we welcomed Aladdin and Jasmine to the valley. And you can just take as much from this as you want. I gotta find it. It might be easier to find if I just click through these. Yeah, let's go this way. Oh, there we go. Is it really this old? Here's a parade. Now, this is before we even received the villager toggle. This is ages ago. This is before we even had sliders that could like really change the way the picture looked. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can make a really convincing parade, and then you can take it from there. First off, see how my road is not quite as wide as yours? And we have these fences on the side. That way we can have all of our villagers behind this fence watching the parade. Like, something like this could work really well for this week. The only problem is that we would need to make this summer. We would need to take this scene and turn it into a summer street festival. But this is already a street festival, and it's already a parade. So, you said you only have cars for your parade. That's all you need. Check this out. If instead of just one car, you put 2 cars side by side, they could be pulling a float. And for our float, we just have a topiary. Right? Now, that's not actually a float, but you can't tell. From this angle, you can't tell. So, if you take 2 cars, and then you are in the middle of them, we're not going to be able to see back there. And this is just the peacock topiary as the float. Behind that, we have another float, which is 2 golden camels, because this parade was about welcoming Aladdin and Jasmine. That's what this theme was about. It was called Villagers on Parade, and it said, host a celebration to welcome the valley's newest, people or whatever. And then lastly, the foreground is another float. This is meant to be the back of a float. So there's this firework display here, and then there's this like fountain here. There's these like green pieces here. So this is supposed to look like the back of another large float. So we have a float here, and then we have this float here, and then we have, and you can, right? I'll tell you right now, you can steal all of this. This is an old snap. I did this ages ago. If you want to make a parade this week, I thought about making a parade as well, because I actually really liked this parade. I hated the outfit. I hated this outfit so much. But this is back when we had the high value item system. And I was busy this week. And I wasn't able to get the high value Aladdin items just yet. So I had to use other high value items. Still easy 4K for this. But I hated this outfit. But this goes to show just how powerful high value items were back when they actually counted like this. That's why I'm glad they got rid of it. Now for an outfit challenge, I can wear what I want to wear, because I would never wear this in a million years these days. Ugly outfit. I hate this outfit. Sorry, I get angry when I see this outfit. I hated the old tag system. I'm so glad they got rid of it. So I would encourage you, Messy Rebel, what I would encourage you to do is get more creative with how you make your float. You can just screenshot this, and you could make your road the same size. You can make your parade float the exact same as this if you want. I'm not going to be mad about it. You can, people get inspired by other designs all the time. You can copy exactly what you see here for all I care. That's totally fine. I just want it to really feel like a parade in your snap. Because in order for your scene to really impress voters, I think you're going to need to do a little bit more than this. Now, in addition to, the magic carpet pose, I think is really fun for you leading the parade or being in the parade. So you can always hop on magic carpet if you want, but you don't have to. You can also just be marching in the parade if you'd like. Now, the other thing is, this is not a summer street festival, right? That's the biggest problem with yours right now, is that you're kind of building a parade and you're showing that it's in the street, so you're kind of doing the street festival thing, but you haven't given any elements of summer. And for that, what you can do, you can build a parade just like this, and all you would have to do is add a bunch of palm trees into the scene, maybe some dune trees, and then on the sides, have things like this ice cream stand if you have it, or the ice cream stands from Scrooge, and be very particular about what villagers you use. Instead of using a bunch of villagers with long sleeves and big hot ball gowns where they're going to burn out and pass out from a heat stroke, let's focus on villagers that are a bit more equipped for the summer. What about Maui? What about Moana? What about, Ariel's regular style? It's not going to be quite as big as what we see here. What about Stitch? There's so many good options for you. Again, Dreamsnap results are not about time. Jasmine could be perfect in her regular style. Voters aren't ever going to know whether it took you 30 minutes to make your snap or 3 days to make your snap. So nobody votes based on time. Everyone votes, well, I don't know. I can't speak for everyone, but I can tell you how most people do it. It's about thought. When people are impressed with the strategy you took on how you assembled your items, how you lit up your scene, where your sun is, how you lit everything up, and also very, 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 very importantly, how you position your villagers. Like, that's why this is so powerful. Look at how much fun the villagers are having. Look at how we see Eric playing the flute. There's a guitar here. Mirabelle is dancing. You know, you're doing a parade, so you don't have to do this exactly. I'm just showing you how powerful actually positioning and posing and pausing your villagers will be. And I'm trying to highlight that your results come from the level of thought you're willing to put into your snap. And trust me, if you start putting a lot of thought into your snap, it's going to be so much more fun. So when you get a challenge that tells you to make a summer street festival, and it says you could do a parade, you could do music, and the only thought you really put in is like, okay, I'm going to build like a street city scene, and I'm going to do a parade, but all I have is a car and a wagon, so I guess I'll just use that. If that's the only thought you're putting in, which is still thought, but it's not going to allow you to really have that much fun, you know? Brainstorm, you know, look at your items, look at what you can do. On the bright side, you're here. You know, you're here, you're seeking out ways to make it better, ways to make it stronger. And hopefully some of the ideas and concepts you see here could be really helpful for that. So what you can do is you could take 2 of those Oswald cars. You could be in the center. They could be pulling a float, and that float could be anything. It could be the Figment Topiary. It could be some kind of summary item. And then you could do the camels. You could do, you know, street lights in the back so they're glowing. And then you have the confetti raining down, and you have like fireworks, and it just really plays up the whole vibe. So again, if you would like, you can screenshot this. You can get my knee in there too. Sexy pale knee. But yeah, you can take any ideas here from a street parade, because I really like the way this one came together. Just don't take the outfit because it sucks. And you know, when it comes to your outfit, I would highly encourage you, if you're going to be in the parade, you want to wear something that looks like you'd be in the parade, but you also want to try to hint that it's summer. So, I know we spent a lot of time on your snap, but I think it'll be worth it in the end, Rebel. I really do. I think now that we've shown you how you can make this road look a lot better, and we've shown you that you can actually shrink this road a lot, which is going to allow you to have crowds on the side of the road, we've given you multiple examples as to how to make this feel more like summer. Again, think dune trees, palm trees, beach community, ice cream stands, summer villagers, summer dream styles. Even if you don't have summer dream styles, use villagers that look equipped for warm weather. Avoid villagers that are going to be sweating their tits off out here. And then, you know, I mean, somebody did ask if they can go Christmas in July. I think it's extremely risky, because the last thing I think when I think of summer, if someone's like, give me 5 words you think about when someone says summer, Christmas isn't one of them. I don't think it's one of them for anybody. Now, maybe when you say July, some people will go, oh, Christmas in July. Maybe. But, yeah, I think, you know, a snowman and a Sandy Claus, there's so many good options. And if you don't know how to get the right villagers for your snap, I got a good tip for you and for everybody else watching. You see, the thing is, sometimes the villagers you might want to use are all in the Scrooge shop. Or if you're working on your snap late at night, maybe they're all in bed. And this is why it's very important to watch the videos, guys. This is why, if you want to get the best value out of these reviews, if you want to be able to learn more in the reviews, you'll already know everything I'm talking about right now if you watch the video before submitting. So, you can use any villager you want. It doesn't matter if they're all in the Scrooge shop. It doesn't matter if they're all in their house. It doesn't matter if every single villager you want to use is eating at Chez Remy. It doesn't matter. Say hello to my little friend, the unbirthday cake table. This is a villager summoning item, and it is one of the best ones in the entire game. You get it from Alice on one of her quests pretty early on. This bad boy right here can fit so many villagers on it. This thing summons 7 villagers at once. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to build a fenced-in area, just like this. That way, they're not all photobombing you. Sure, you can use the camera toggle to turn off all the villagers you don't want to show, but that's a huge waste of time when you could just trap them all. So once you have a nice fenced-in area and you have your villager summoning item, just spam that bad boy. Every time I do this, 7 villagers are going to appear here. Also, if you hold the back button right when you activate it, you'll skip the whole cutscene. Because if I don't hold the back button, it's going to play this whole, like, zoom out and like, oh, look at all these people. Wow. Ooh, cool. I don't care about that. So as soon as you summon the villagers, just hold the back button and it'll skip the cutscene just like it does when you welcome somebody to the valley and stuff like that. So hold B and skip. There we go. And if we do this for just a few minutes, we'll have everybody we want to use, because every time we do this, 7 villagers show up. Now, sometimes it'll be some of the villagers you already have, and there's no way you can pick exactly who's going to show up, which is why you got to do it a few times. Typically, for me, it takes about 5 minutes. If I'm looking for 7 specific villagers, it takes about 5 minutes to get all of them. No more than that. And also, by the way, this is how I've made snaps that some people think are impossible to make, like this one. For Journey into Imagination, I did a world fair. Now, and that's what the challenge asked for. It asked for us to do a Universal Expo, which is a world fair. And this got an exceptionally high rank. It was right around top 100. And without a villager summoning item, it's actually impossible to get this many villagers onto a floating island. This is not possible. And the reason it's not possible is because this is almost every villager in the game. And there are always going to be a bunch of villagers in their house. There's always going to be a bunch of villagers in Scrooge's restaurant. There's always going to be a bunch of villagers in Chez Remy. But with the use of a villager summoning item, I was able to really bring a massive crowd into my world fair. Now, I don't usually use this many villagers. This is really over the top. But if you Google pictures of a world fair and world fair crowds, this is how they feel. And you know me, I like to be extremely clear with the theme. This is why I've been so successful in snaps, is because I always make the theme so clear that a 5-year-old baboon could figure it out. So, you know, if you approach snaps the same way, if you make your theme exceedingly obvious, even the pickiest of voters, the snarkiest of voters that are like, yeah, well, you did a street festival and you had summer outfits, but too bad you didn't have, like, I was looking for 8 summer items in particular and you only had 6, so I can't vote for you. Even if you get voters like that, you're going to be safe, because if you make the theme exceedingly clear, even the pickiest and snarkiest of people are not going to be able to debate whether you are or are not on theme. And then aside from the picky people, what happens when your snap that's kind of on theme pops up against a snap that is super on theme? Well, the voter, even if they're not picky, is going to go, wow, these are both really cool. They both did the theme. But man, this picture here on the right, boy, they really did the theme. And they're going to gravitate towards that one. And that's why when you look at snaps in the top 100 and the top 1,000, pretty much 99% of what you see there is exceedingly strong with the theme. So if you want to really guarantee 4K, you know, you might not always land in the top 1K, but if you make your snap this way, I mean, as long as you land in the top like 8,000, you're going to get 4K. So if you build a snap that could potentially be in the top 100 or top 1,000, worst case scenario, you're talking rank 5,000, rank 6,000. And that's if you pop up against really, 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 really good stuff. Of course, you know, this is not something you could just do immediately. You have to master other elements as well, like lighting, composition, and then placing these villagers and having some fun animations, telling a story with some of these villagers, and things like this do take a lot longer. So I'm not saying you have to use this many villagers for your street festival, right? We've seen plenty of very strong photos that just use a handful of them. But by using a villager summoning item, you can get the perfect villagers. See, we've only been doing this for a minute, and I want to show you who we already have here. Look at this. Look at this. We have Tiana. I'm gonna get out of here. Let me get out of here for a second. So we used that unbirthday cake table, what? Like for 40 seconds? I think we used it 5 or 6 times, and that's it. And then I went on a long rant about summoning villagers. If we come over here, and I go in, okay, all right, that's a little bit too close. If we come over here and I hit my little pose, look who we already have. After just a couple of minutes, or 30 seconds really, 40 seconds maybe, of summoning villagers. We have Summer Scrooge. We have Summer Merlin. And you don't need these summer styles, by the way. There's a lot of villagers in the game that have natural styles that are going to work well for summer. And we even have Summer Stitch. So within a few seconds, we were able to get a very nice handful of summer-themed villagers. And we also have Joy, who has kind of a little sundress, which is going to work good. And the challenge also said to bring the joy, so you can literally bring joy. We got Lady, good little puppy, Lady's always cute. Definitely a fan favorite in Snaps. You see her quite often. We could do Tigger. We could do Tiana. We could do Mirabelle. They all work with the summer vibe. I probably wouldn't do Elsa. Probably not Cinderella because she doesn't have a good summer style. Peter Pan could work very well. Tigger can work well. So Rapunzel could work. Be very considerate with which villagers you're choosing to bring in. And highlight the ones that have a good summer feel. And again, you have all the control over what villagers you choose to show if you're willing to put in the time, which is very little time. Again, it's not about time, it's about thought. It's about strategy. So with this being a summer street festival, how do we highlight that? And how do we bring the joy? How do we bring the fun? How do we bring the festival? Well, festivals have crowds. Villagers showcase joyful and fun times. That's exactly how we can nail that. And then when it comes to the summer vibes, choosing strategically which villagers you're going to utilize, and then also highlighting summer elements, whether it's palm trees or those new koi fish balloons or waterways. Like for example, in this scene, to highlight the summer vibes, we have these palm trees. We have these big koi fish balloons. We have a shaved ice bike. We have popsicles. You can cook these at any cooking station. We have an ice cream stand. We have this little wave motif. We have these waterways with these fountains. We have this Moana parade floaty. So we have all these summer-esque items. And then on top of that, we're wearing a very summer-esque outfit. And we're going to be highlighting summer villagers. Or at least villagers that are dressed for warm weather to really show that, summer feel. I think if you end up, incorporating these things, if you end up putting more thought into your parade and how you design it, if you tidy up your street, and if you use a villager summoning item, you've already done a great job giving this like a good town or cityscape feel. The way you've layered your buildings, the way you've paved on the sides. If you take this to the next level and you bring in those villagers, you tidy up your street, you build a convincing parade, this will be a 4K. This will be a 4K for sure. But it all comes down to the strategy. It comes down to the thought. So, Messy Rebel, I believe in you. I believe in you. I think you can totally do it. Oh, and don't forget, you can rotate this Aurora, by the way. As shown at the beginning of your review, if you wanted to show a little bit more, go into the special menu, highlight the Aurora, and then hit your right or left bumper. It's going to rotate that Aurora. That way you can show it a little bit more. Looks like we got time for maybe... Yeah, we did not get too far today. But we're going to start early on Monday. Maybe 1 or 2 more. Left Shark is next. Very nice here, Left Shark. Very nice. We got the new Daisy Boutique. Very colorful. Very good city feel here. You got a lot of the new shells on the ground to really capture that summer feel. These new shell pathings, very good. Definitely feels like a summer street festival. I do think there are better things to highlight than the flower bushes. These flower bushes are great, but there's items you can use that are going to highlight the festival vibes a bit more. And I think color-wise, they're going to play really well into the environment too. Because with this being a street festival, we want it to feel like a closed street or closed plaza. And what I really like for this, and what we see a lot of snaps doing, is highlighting things like these Celebration Day baskets and fireworks for their foreground elements. I think these are very, very strong this week, and they do have very fun colors. Like, look at the yellow and the pink here. That's going to tie in very nicely to everything else you have going on. Even if you don't want to use the fireworks, I think these little baskets are really good this week. Whereas, you know, the flowers, they're in a lot of snaps. They're very common. They are a great foreground item if you would like to use them. So if you don't feel like changing them, I think that's totally fine. But I'm envisioning the baskets here, and I just think they're really going to play up that summer festival vibe or summer street festival vibe even more. You've done a great job with the summer feel here, thanks to the outfit, thanks to the shells, thanks to the buildings. I think what could be cool is if you had maybe a palm tree breaching in here, even if it casts a little bit of a shadow, if you had a palm tree kind of reaching into the scene here, just to make it feel even more like a coastal community, like like what we saw. There was a previous snap that was very strong, that felt like a summer street festival in like Florida, like Venice or Miami or something. It was in Lexnar's here, and look at how impactful these. It feels like these feel like coastal. This feels like a coastal community with the houses they're using, and then with the palm trees coming in, it just really elevates that. And here we see those Celebration Day baskets as well. So we have the palm trees in mind. They're a little dark. If I remove the vignette, they'll look a little better. But we have palm tree here, palm tree here. I'm thinking about adding more in the back. This is just an example, so I'm going to change it a lot before I submit it. So there will be a lot of additional things I add in. But for the summer vibes, we have the big koi fish. We have all the ice cream and the shaved ice and the popsicles. So there's some really fun stuff you can add to play up the summer vibes even more. But luckily for you, Left Shark, with the shells and with the Daisy Boutique and stuff, I think you're already doing a fantastic job playing up the summer vibes. You brought some fun with the villagers. Like, this is a really fun and joyful pose for Daisy. A really fun and joyful pose for Minnie. But if you do have any of the summer dream styles, I think they're going to be even more impactful here. The Minnie and Daisy styles here are the spring styles, but they do work very well for summer too. And you have enough of a summer feel here, I believe. But Summer Stitch, Summer Merlin, Summer Scrooge, I think would all be fantastic here as well. And again, I think palm trees could be very nice, just a tasteful amount. I don't think you need to clutter the scene with them or anything, but it would make the community feel very coastal. And then instead of flowers in the foreground, I think more festival elements here would be great. And if you had, instead of these 3 flower bushes here, if you had the Celebration Day basket here, you would have a great spot for like Summer Luau Stitch right here. But yeah, as it is right now, as this snap is right now, I think it's very likely for 4K, because unlike some of the snaps we've seen today, this captures the summer, street, and the festival. Well, not so much the street, because you kind of got it more of in a plaza. We mostly see the sidewalks here, but that doesn't mean it's not a street festival, just because we don't see the street. Because, if we look at Lexnar's, in hers, they're in the middle of the street for this one. Now, we don't see much of the street because the villagers are all crowding it, but we can tell it's the street because we have just enough room between the buildings for a road to be here. So, with the buildings kind of angled going down a road, we can tell this is definitely a street festival. And then with the example scene we created here, we can tell it's a street festival because, in the actual example with the villagers, you'll see we have the street closed, obviously, because there's a lot of villagers in the street. There's Celebration Day baskets and fireworks in the street. And then we have along the sidewalk vendors, like our shaved ice and stuff like that. So, not saying you have to add a street to yours. I don't think that's entirely necessary for you, Left Shark. I think it's looking pretty good. But I do think those Celebration Day baskets could be nice. And yeah, if you wanted to, you could divide it. But yeah, I would keep the shells mostly. I think I would keep it how it is. So in closing, if you have any of the Summer Dream styles, I think they would be very, very strong here. And I think some of the snaps that are going to perform, ultimately performance just comes down to what you pop up against. So I think one of the strongest snaps performance-wise I've seen so far is likely going to be this one because they have a very strong villager presence. It's more crowded. But in this case, that's a good thing. Kind of like it was for me with the expo scene. That ended up doing really well. Even though I think you did an indoor build with only a couple of villagers and it ended up getting in the top 100, there was another person that did something very similar, which is LOTR, and hers ended up not getting 4K. So it really depends on what you pop up against. Because both of your photos were beautiful. Both of them were indoors. So it really just comes down to what you pop up against. But I think the way to be as competitive as possible here is to be a little heavier with your villagers. You don't want to clutter your scene too much because you've made a really good scene. So I'm not saying to do this. But I think if you were to add just a tiny bit more, because we have room for like a small villager, like you could use Stitch here. You could have Summer Merlin towards the back. You can have Summer Scrooge right here by the doorway, kind of in this opening. And that's not really going to take away from your scene at all. It's just going to play up the summer vibes even more. And then we can play up the festival vibes even more in the foreground. And we can really double down on the summer vibes by having like some little palm trees crest into the scene on the left and right. Last one here, we got Snowdrop. Very cool, very cool. I love the... Oh my god, I love the new Starbat stuff here. Very fun. Oh, you actually bought the new house? I knew I'd see somebody buy the new house. Yeah, the new homes look really good. Also looks really cool with the moonlight. Vanellope's having a great time. I love that we can kind of see the street here. We have the vendors on the side. We got the new kitty cat. Pretty much highlighting all the new Starpath stuff. Good summer outfit. Very good summer feels here. We got Summer Merlin. We got Ariel in the short, with the sleeveless dress. We have Joy with the sleeveless dress. Vanellope's not in the most summery style, but she works very well with the Wreck-It Ralph scene. And highlighting... I like how Ralph is buying some boba tea. And the fact that Mulan is the one selling the boba, I think is really clever. And even though this is a night shot where, I mentioned this in my video. I said, what comes to mind when you think of summer would be sunny days and warm summer nights. So this would be under the category of a warm summer night. So you can definitely do night for this week as well. You've actually done an extremely good job with the lighting for a night shot. This is something a lot of newer Dreamsnap players really struggle with, is lighting is the second most important thing next to theme. Lighting for a sunset daytime shot is easy. Lighting for a night shot, however, is a lot more complicated. You got to make sure your character lighting is perfect. You got to make sure your saturation is good. You got to play with your highlight. There's a lot of things you need to adjust, and you've done a masterfully good job here. So I think this is very likely for 4K. I think you did a great job giving it that summer feel, mostly from the outfits, the villager styles, and then things like these koi fish balloons. Plays up the summer feel very well. And I love that Vanellope's eyeing the food here. And you even have a little cute kitty cat. Very cool, very cool. Wonderful job, Snowdrop. No recommendations here. I think you're pretty much good to go with that. We'll check out robberies here as well. Oh, you also have... Wow, we got 2 back-to-back snaps that got the new buildings in them. Very cool, very cool. So we have the strawberry dress. Nice little sundress. Sleeveless. Can work well for the summer vibes. The strawberry is a spring crop, but I don't think people are going to be as picky with that, to be honest. Definitely nails the festival vibe and the street festival vibe because, you know, we see the row of houses in the back. So this is clearly the street that's closed. And we have a nice, like, little food fair. I also like the Wreck-It Ralph items highlighted in the front. Highlighting the new stuff usually works out well. You got good villager crowd. Vanellope's very joyful and fun. You brought the joy with joy here. You got great bright colors. You got Ralph on the DJ booth. I will say for poses with the DJ booth, I know you probably want to use Ralph because he's the new character and everybody loves using new characters. But there was one we saw. Sully is so good on the DJ booth because of that pointing animation. Like, this is so fun, you know, when a DJ gets the crowd hyped up and they do the whole, like, pointing out. Like, I just really like that. Not saying you have to switch it, just food for thought, you know, that his pose is really strong for that. And if you did move Ralph, I don't know where he would go. So if you want to keep him on the DJ booth, that's totally fine. The Aurora cake kind of looking like it's melting, I think plays into the summer dynamic here. But I'm wondering if there's anything we could do to play up the summer vibes a little, like just a tiny bit more, Whether it's like a palm tree cresting into the upper right here, like maybe you have one back here that kind of just bends into the scene a little bit here. Could catch the light very nicely. I wouldn't cover this here because I really like the way the buildings look. But a little bit of palm tree action could be a great way to highlight that summer feel. And potentially somebody other than Kristoff here. He's very winter wear, right? Like very thick fur clothing here. I don't know if you have any of the summer dream styles. If you do, they could be really nice to use. But, you know, we have Kristoff, who's in very thick attire. We have Olaf, which is a snowman. But there are some really good styles we can highlight here that'll play up the summer even more. And we just want to go above and beyond with the theme where you've 100% nailed the street and the festival. And you have really good summer vibes. I think that's the only area in which you could possibly be even more competitive. So, you know, if we had Summer Stitch here instead of Olaf, for example, and if we had Summer Merlin here instead of Kristoff, and if you don't have those dream styles, well, potentially where Kristoff is, you could do somebody with a sleeveless dress like Tiana, or maybe even Vanessa. I think her dress is sleeveless. There's some fun options there. But, like, I think Mirabelle works really well. Joy works really well. Timon works really well. Ralph works really well. And I think your avatar works really well. Though this dress could go either way. It could go spring or summer. And I do think there's some outfits that feel very strictly summer. But that's a small critique. If you're really sold on the strawberry dress, you can totally stick with it. But yeah, color-wise, very strong. You got the joy, you got the fun, you got the festival vibes. Feeling pretty good here. Feeling pretty good. All right, one more. One more. Dreamer, also a city one, not sure. One to pick. Thoughts, please. Dreamer, did you watch my video? Robbery, thank you, my friend, thank you. Robbery with the 100 bit says, thanks for adding mine on. Sully's pose is good. Oh, yeah, great villager suggestions. I'll swap them out. Oh, been off the dress, thank you. Well, if, you know, for the dress, like I said, that's a small thing. I think, though, I do think there's going to be outfits that are, like, very strictly summer that really nail the summer feel. But you can always try both, and then if you end up really wanting to stick with a strawberry dress, it is a super cute dress, and I think a lot of people really like it, so I think it could do well. So Dreamer, my big question is, where's the street, right? This is a summer street festival. You guys are in the grass, in the sand. You know, the beach is a great destination for a summer festival, but this is not just a summer festival. You've left off one of the big words here. And this is why, Dreamer, I recommend watching the video. It looks like you did wait this week, and you uploaded this after my video came out, but you might have missed some of the important info in there. Now, you did a fantastic job adding a lot of fun with your villagers. So, really great job with Mirabelle. Really great job with Vanellope. Flynn kind of dancing around. But if you have Ariel's other dress, the purple one, it's sleeveless. This is a very big, hot dress for the summer. And then, you know, for the villagers at the front of your scene, you know, instead of Alice, I would be highlighting the ones that feel best for the summer vibes. So, for example, this dream style you have on Jasmine, right? It's long sleeve. It's a bit hotter than her regular blue style. If you put her in her regular style, she'll have a sleeveless outfit. And then you could put her over here, maybe a little bit further back than Alice. But I would choose to put the villagers towards the front that have the outfits that feel best for warm weather, like really work to highlight them. And then the big thing here, you know, great job with the confetti. Great job with the balloons. You even have a concert stage over here. But in my video, you know, I took the time to highlight the definition of a street festival. It's not just a regular festival. A street festival is a festival in which there are street closers, because that, you know, the street is closed because that's where the festival is taking place. So you have your buildings back here, but you did no paving. And I specifically mentioned in the video that paving is going to be very important this week because we want it to feel like a street festival. In fact, it needs to. That's what the theme is. This could potentially get 4K even without paving because you did a good job with your villagers. But the two biggest things I would say holding this back, number one, would be the fact that it's not really a street festival. It's kind of on the shoreline. It's kind of like a beach shore festival. Number two would be that you did nothing with your avatar. I mean, you customized her. You gave her a good outfit, but where's the pose? You're at a festival. Everyone is having a great time. They're all celebrating. And you're kind of just standing there like, yep, hooray, another summer street festival, I guess. Everyone's having a great time. Why not pose? Why not do something? You know, there's so many good ways you can showcase joy and excitement alongside everybody else. You know, we see everybody interacting here. Stitch is very excited. Timon's very excited. Mushu's very excited. Donald and Scrooge over here yapping. Anna's posing for the picture. Moana's giving a wave. Eric and Ariel are coming up the bridge. And the avatar is here at the front, arms open, saying, "Welcome to the festival," with a big smile on her face, just very excited to be here, very joyful, right? Every week, Dreamer, every week, you really, not only do you want to consider what villagers you're using and what styles you're putting them in, and also how you're prioritizing placing them, right? Not only do you want to think about all that, but one of the most important things is how you present your avatar if you are going to be showing your avatar. So, really good job with, like, the stage and the confetti and the balloons and the San Francisco food stall and putting all these villagers in and getting them excited. You did a fantastic job there. I think you'll have an exceptionally strong chance at 4K this week, Dreamer, if you finish out your snap. So keep in mind you want this to be a street festival. So having, you know, showcasing that street a bit is going to be super helpful there. How you do that is up to you. And then, you know, finding some kind of beautiful pose to do with your avatar and also being very picky about what styles your villagers are in. Like sleeveless for Jasmine would be good. And the purple dress for Ariel is sleeveless. That's going to be really nice. And if you have any of the summer styles, like I'm pretty sure you have Summer Stitch, but you didn't bring him in here. Then we have other things like Summer Merlin, Summer Scrooge, if you have those. We talked in my video quite a lot about really strong villagers to use this week. There are a lot of options. You're using some great villagers here, but you can definitely make it even more competitive, should you choose to. Great job with the face paint, too. That's a wonderful way to make it even more festive. I would probably change the necklace here. The villainous necklace doesn't really match the rest of the look. There's some great summer-themed necklaces, like the white shell necklace, the golden shell necklace that we got from the Ursula Dream Bundle. There's the wood bead necklace, which has some good beach colors. A lot of great accessories you can equip to the avatar that are going to play up either the summer or festival vibes and nature of the scene. Ginger Snap said, I feel like this may be a bit risky. My avatar is invisible, and it's not like the other submissions I've seen, which might not be good for voting, but I think it's still on theme. I have elements of a festival. I feel like it has a good beauty factor, and as soon as I saw the theme, I couldn't get the dance scene from the Village of Tangled out of my head. Would love to hear your thoughts. If this is too far out of the box, I can rebuild completely. I do care about the Moonstones, but I had so much fun building this, I need to know if it's too risky. Well, it is really pretty. It could definitely get 4K. You have a lot of color, you have a lot of joy, and you never really need the avatar. It's not risky to hide the avatar as long as you're featuring villagers very well. My biggest recommendation if you want to take this route is to make sure you play up the summer aspect as well. So you can definitely stick with this concept where you guys are dancing at a festival. That's totally on theme. My only recommendation there is, you know, what I think this would struggle against. The only kind of snap I think it would really struggle against is would be snaps that really nailed the summer festival as well, right? So it's not just a street festival, it's a summer street festival. So I think from where you are right now, you can totally do the dance scene. Absolutely, absolutely. I think this could work really well for your festival scene. But think about how you can make it a summer festival as well. Like, what can we do to make that super clear and obvious to the voters as well? That way you can play with your original concept. It may involve choosing different buildings to give this, like, more of a coastal town feel and adding palm trees. It could be adding good, cold, tasty treats. Like if you crafted the pawsicles, which are in a cooler, you could put a set of pawsicles right here. That way you can have some nice icy treats right here. You can use some of the summer dream styles if you have them. Like Summer Merlin, Summer Scrooge. But that would be my main recommendation. I think you can totally make this work. Absolutely. I think it's really fun. It's really beautiful. And I love this interaction here. And I think voters would also really love it. I think you can pretty much lock this in for 4K so long as you make the element of summer equally obvious as you have done so for the festival and in particular, the street festival vibe, as you have everything kind of paved here and the whole, like, town plazas taken up by the festival and the festivities. So, yeah, my one recommendation here, Ginger Snap, I love it. I think it could totally work well. I would only consider the summer aspect, because right now, there's nothing here to really communicate summer. If anything, it feels more like spring, but we want to make sure it's very clearly a summer festival. So there's a lot of ways you can do that. You know, highlighting cold, tasty treats, highlighting summer plants like the palm trees, highlighting some summer-esque buildings, highlighting more summer dream styles. All of these things I think are going to work really well. But for right now, you know, the flowery feel, it feels a lot more spring than it does summer, and I would be cautious there, but that's it. That's it. I don't think you would have to completely transform the scene to pull this off either. Again, you know, things like the pawsicles, things like a little ice cream stand somewhere, things like the summer dream styles. And then potentially, if you wanted to take it even further, you could do some houses that work well for a coastal environment and then add some like little palm trees, you know, instead of the greenhouse house here with the tree growing out, you know, we can have maybe some kind of coastal house with palm trees here. There's all kinds of things you can do to keep this scene, keep the vision you have while incorporating that summer element as well. That's my one recommendation to you. With the challenge being Summer Street Festival, that descriptor is going to be rather important. All right, last one for real this time. For real, for real. I always get so I wanted to knock out a few more for Monday. Jedi Lawrence says, I know it's a little foggy because of the light, but I kind of like that about it. Should I take out the lights? I'm afraid I won't be able to catch the cat in the same spot. She's perfect. Thank you for the advice. Made a second one to be more street-like, just in case the first one is just not on point enough. All right, let's take a look. Well, the outfit has a really fun summer feel, and you have great summer villagers in the first one. I do like the lights. I see what you mean about how they add the haze to it, but fortunately, we get plenty of clarity here, like on the sides, and since the lights aren't hitting the foreground, we get plenty of clarity here too. Yeah, it's nice that we're highlighting some good summer styles with Summer Merlin here and Mermaid Mini. Very good festival feel. I love that you got the koi fish in there as well. I think that has a good summer feel too. And the outfit has a great summer feel. I was going to say these tops I think are super fun, but the tall necks on them, I think, yeah, I like this outfit a bit more. It doesn't actually have to be this top either. I know I'm wearing this one, but yeah, this one's fun. Both of these are really good options. I really like the crowd here. And in this one, you have an additional summer style as well. So in this one, we have Summer Stitch and we have Summer Merlin. I like that Donald is like serving. You know, we have like the fries here. That's really fun. They're both really fun. They're both really fun. I do think this one potentially has even stronger summer vibes, which is nice. With the cat, I don't know if they're attached to you, but you can always do the ball trick where you attach the cat to a cozy companion home slightly outside of the frame, and then you use the cozy or the companion ball. Like in this scene, the ball is right down here where we can't see it, and the little puppy, it took me a few minutes, but the puppy came up and interacted with it, and I got a great shot with him. You could essentially do the same thing with the Calico Kitty if you would like. It might be time-consuming to capture, but I think it could totally be worth it because the cat is super cute. I love the Celebration Day baskets here in the foreground. I think they play up the festival vibes a lot. The San Francisco bridge in the back is awesome. I do think you already have a lot of red with the San Francisco food stall and the pretzels and the bridge. I think highlighting either green or blue for your balloons back here would be really nice because that would play up some additional summer colors. And then also potentially adding like a palm tree or two, maybe one on the left side, maybe one on the right side. That's, I think that's going to make it feel even more coastal and give it even more of a summer festival kind of feel. For additional decor, don't forget about awesome items like the box of popsicles and also the shaved ice bike. So when it comes to, really, really playing up the summer aspect of this challenge, there's some wonderful items to use. So, popsicles are great. You can cook them in any cooking station, and they're in these coolers, and on a hot summer day, these are going to be very appreciated by the festival goers. And then you have the shaved ice bike from the Stitch bundle. You have these little ice cream stands. So summer treats, some good summer treats kind of align and kind of arrayed out where they're super noticeable, I think are going to be very strong. We even put another box of popsicles here where we have the food stall, just to highlight more cold, tasty treats. And then with my balloons, I'm doing the green and the blue. Green to kind of highlight the palms, and blue to highlight the water. You don't have to do that, but I do think it could be a great way to play up the summer vibes even more. And with your confetti, if you can get your cannons, like mine's right here, kind of on the edge, you can get that really nice, like, confetti dust effect on the sides. Every time I've done this, it's worked out really well. I think voters really like the confetti dust when you use the confetti, and you still get the pretty orbs and the pretty, like, swivels in there, too. But I know that Rank 2 Tea Party had the confetti dust, and I got Rank 70 on Explosions of Color and had that good confetti dust as well. So I think positioning your... Actually, you do have it in this one. You do have it in this one. Was it the other one that I'm thinking of? Yeah, I think I'm thinking of the other one. I think I'm thinking of this one. Yeah, because you got the dust really nicely here, actually. I think that's perfect. So yeah, my only recommendation here, I think you got some very strong summer vibes in this one, especially with the outfit. And you have more summer dream styles. If you have the purple dress for Ariel, since it's sleeveless, I think that could be even stronger here. You have the perfect dream style for Anna here, because it's her only sleeveless dress. If you have Great Goofini, I actually really like Great Goofini for the summer design because his outfit is red, white, and blue, which kind of plays into July and the 4th of July. You know, not that you have to do that. Not every voter is from America, so they're not all going to pick up on that. But for the American voters, that could play well into the summer concept. So yeah, my only recommendation here, I think this is likely the stronger of your two submissions because I think it plays up the summer aspect a lot stronger than the first. But I would consider taking it even further to like make it feel super summery. Not to a ridiculous degree or anything, but I see you do have the shaved ice back here. I just noticed it. But positioning this in a way to where we can see it, because I feel like that's gonna be a nice important item. Perhaps having it kind of on the edge here and maybe Goofy behind it potentially could work. And then pocket items like the popsicles. I think, you know, a couple of coolers with popsicles could be very, very good here. You know, maybe one right here where we have this nice opening kind of in front of the wheel here, in front of the San Francisco food stall could be very nice. And then potentially for your skyline, like a little palm tree kind of breaching into the top corner here. Maybe one kind of stretching out here over the pretzel stand. But that's it. That's it. You know, very minor things. Everything else is, you know, this looks, I think, really strong. And if you wanted to go with the original concept, I believe you could go with this as well. You do have summer elements, especially with the outfit, with Mermaid Mini, with Summer Merlin, and with the koi fish balloons. So I think you have some good summery elements here, but I do think the second photo plays up that summer aspect even more. And since this one has like the snack bars and Flo's Cafe and the Ferris wheels, it almost feels more like a fair than a street festival. Whereas this one, since it has a row of buildings in the back and the bus stops, this one really, really, I think, nails both that summer feel and that street festival feel. But realistically, I mean, I think both of these have a lot of 4K potential, but I do think your newer one is even more competitive. But yeah, really good job here, Jedi. Really good job. All right, I guess I'm going to do one more because I want to see Fallen Angels. I gave him some tips on the fireworks. I think it was Fallen Angel. Wow, it took forever to coordinate the bubbles and the fireworks. Yeah, it's tough, especially if you're using the Mushu fireworks because they have their own timing. I have two images. The difference is the bubbles, which look good. Any suggested changes? Yeah, the bubbles are really fun, and great job with the fireworks. Also, good summer vibes with the spirit water curtains, the koi fish balloons, blue and green. Very nice, good summer colors. Popsicles, ice cold refreshments, and everybody is in good summery feels here. We have Vanessa in the back with a sleeveless dress. We have Moana, very good beach villager. Looks very excited here with the popsicles. Ariel in a sleeveless dress. We have Mirabelle dancing. Eric's in short sleeves. Do you have Mermaid Mini? I think Mermaid Mini, if you did the Neverland Star Path, I think the mermaid style for Mini here could be really fun. And yeah, Piglet's super cute. We even got the little croc down here with Remy. That's super fun. Stitch as well. And I know, like you said, it took you a while to get your bubbles just right and your fireworks. So if you don't want to rework it just for the Mermaid Mini, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This one is very strong. I think if you take this one and you save it to your gallery, if you wanted to keep playing around with it, you could end up throwing Mermaid Mini in. You could even have a little palm tree breach into the scene somewhere if you wanted to. But it's very strong. You nailed the summer vibes with all the cold tasted treats, right? We got the ice cream stall here with Ralph. We got ice cold refreshments very visible here, which I really like. We have the popsicles, and we have these little shell patterns on the ground and clearly paved asphalt here. And then we can even see some sand here at the end of the asphalt with this wooden path, almost like we're on a boardwalk. Like we're in, a coastal community here close to the shoreline for this summer festival. So I think you nailed the summer vibes. You even have on a good summer accessory with the shell necklace here. Your fireworks turned out great. But yeah, lots of good summer effects. The spirit water curtains, the koi fish, the shells on the ground, the popsicles, the ice cold refreshments, the ice cream stand. All the villager outfits you've chosen here, well, most of them tie in very well to the summer aspect. And everyone's very animated. There's a lot of good storytelling going on. And you even have some face paint here to play up the festival vibes yourself. So I think you did a fantastic job here. Very well done, Fallen Angel. Very well done. I think this is quite likely for 4K because it's very competitive with the theme. It's very much a summer street festival. And not only that, but you brought the joy, you brought the colors, and you brought the fun. You have checked every single box. So I think this is extremely likely for 4K. The only things, this is pretty much good to go. So if you keep this in your gallery, you're ready to submit. So with the rest of the week, with the time you have left, if you wanted to do a re-review, if you have time this week and you're like, you know what, I'm going to play around with it a little bit more. You could always do Mermaid Mini, and then maybe on one of these edges, you can add palm trees since we can see the sand down here. It feels like a coastal community. So palm trees or even dune trees way in the back here. Maybe a little dune tree coming up behind the water works and the fireworks could also be very fun. But don't stress over those little changes and elements. I think those could be beautiful additions to the scene, but they're not 100% necessary. This is looking really good. And that'll be it for today, you guys. That'll be the last review. The first of our Tier 1 reviews on Monday will be Delionica. And then for Monday, we'll be getting into... We can go ahead and clear these if you would like, Ash. We can clear the Tier 3 and the Tier 2 and the Tier 1s that we've done so far. Looks like we've already got Soko's Tier 3 secondary review ready for Tuesday. And yeah, I think we're good. Well done, you guys. Well done. Lots of beautiful summer street festivals. I think you guys are doing really well with this theme. I hope you guys have all been enjoying it as much as I have. At first, I was kind of like, I don't know. I wasn't really feeling it as much as I was the last theme. I just had so much fun with both Fabled Relics and with In Your Element. I really love these challenges. So when I read that we were doing a summer festival, I wasn't super excited about getting back into like a city and celebration vibe. But, with the new Star Path stuff, and once I started building it and having fun with the bridge and bringing in the villagers and featuring like all the tasty summer treats and stuff, I just ended up really, really liking this theme. I think it's been a lot of fun. So I hope you guys feel the same. I mean, judging by how amazing so many of the snaps we saw today were, it does seem like you guys are also really enjoying this challenge, which is fantastic to see. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for submitting all of your amazing snaps. And for anybody that's working on getting their Twitch drops right now, hopefully you did get them. Hopefully all of you guys got your Twitch drops today. Maybe you're all sticking around because you were just enjoying hearing about the snaps and checking them out. If you're still working on your Twitch drops, use this link here because I'm going to end the stream, and this is where you'll find some other great streams to watch that'll have drops on. So if you are one of our friends here, dude, we are 24 points away from... That's funny. I definitely think we're going to get plus level 2 in August, dude. The fact that we're about to end July, only 24 points away, dude, I think we'll definitely get it. I think we'll definitely get it in August. Because I know in August, there's probably going to be at least... Because all it would take is 24 Prime subs to convert to Tier 1 subs, or a handful of Tier 1s to be 2s or 3s. So, and also each month we usually get a few new supporters. So I think it's looking good for August, you guys. I think it's looking great. Thank you for all the help. This is the highest we've been on the points towards Partner Plus 2 all year. So that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, thanks for all the new follows, you guys. I know while we were doing the reviews, we got a lot of new friends joining the community. Marseille, Eldarion, Jackie Hale, Book Reader, Carolyn, Purple Sapphire, Valley Dreamer, FC Live, Bubba Fairy, Oceana, Vero, Rockin' Robin, Pixie Dust, Heather Ben, Mad Alice, Anley, Why So Thirsty? Love that one. Ems Newt, Jumanji, Anger Bree, Velociraptor, Miss Gumby, Susan Creations, Miss Kitty, Tibbus, Dairy Queen, another Harley Quinn. We've got a couple of Harley Quinns here already. Tinkerbell, Beeper, DG, It's Foolish, Totes. It's foolish to test me. Noted. Hammer, Saruxia, Jams, Gemini Dreams, Rogue. Lots of new followers today. I could keep going. I could keep reading y'all out. There's so many of you guys. Welcome one and all. Welcome one and all. I'm sure, as you can tell, but it resets at midnight. Yeah, I know it resets. I know. That's why I'm saying. We'll definitely get it next month, because pretty much all the points. We have right now, as long as all those subs renew next month, that means we would be ending next month with 276. And I feel certain that there will be some new people next month joining the supporter family with either a Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. And if you think about it, with us being 24 points away, that's 4 Tier 3s. That's how far away we are. So, and please don't worry about it tonight, you guys. You guys really don't have to, we are, we're aiming for August. We're aiming for August. I don't want to pressure anybody into trying to accomplish this today. I didn't even think we would be this close for July. That's why I was telling you guys we would aim for August. But then we had people like Sunshine dropping like 4 Tier 3 subs on us yesterday. But yeah, guys, don't worry about it tonight. Let's make it an August goal. This is not reverse psychology. This is not me trying to trick you guys into doing it tonight. We're gonna have fun with it in August. It's gonna be an August endeavor. It's gonna be the big August goal. And I feel pretty good about it, especially now that with the reviews we'll have, the early reviews to reward Tier 3 and Tier 2. I think that'll be a good incentive for people to do it as well. Fallen Angel, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Fallen Angel with a very generous dono here. Thank you for the $10 here.
One more.
Dang, we're at 81.69 here at the end of the stream. Let's go. Dude, not only have you guys hit the last 221 goals in a row here, but here lately you guys have been consistently taking us like a good bit past the goal. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is super helpful. And yeah, I'm going to go and say when we hit Plus Program Tier 2 next month, which I feel pretty confident we'll be able to do it. Then I'll be getting 10% more of my sub revenue, which will be immensely helpful. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Soul said to subs added while you're offline still count. I made it just barely in time, but my absolute max will be 3 months at Tier 3. So we would still be a minimum of 6 points short. Well, we got next month, my friend. We got next month. But yeah, subs added while I'm not live do count as long as they're set up to recur. But again, we're going to aim for it next month. And you said American School start in August. If you had to do next year's drive in July. Actually, I've been a full-time streamer, 12 Soul. I've been a full-time streamer for over 6 years. I've been doing this for a long time. And summer is actually the slowest time of year. So when it comes to Minuteman Pat, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Minuteman Pat coming here with the tier 3 as well. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So I actually just have kind of been ignoring the fact that we were back in the Partner Plus tier 1. But I mean, I feel like we could have rallied and done it. Last year we did it in like May and April. I feel like we could have done the same thing this year, but realistically with this community, I feel like we could potentially hit it any month, regardless of month. The slowest time of year for my streams is summer. It always has been. In summer, it's because, you know, yeah, schools are out, but, you know, pretty much everybody that watches my stream is like around my age. And then, you know, they do have kids. A lot of them do have kids and stuff. But it doesn't really affect my viewership much. The reason summer is typically slower is because a lot of people go on vacation. People are outside more. I'm the same way. I hibernate in the winter. I stay inside. I watch more TV. I watch more streams. But in the summer, I'm constantly out biking. I'm playing Pokemon Go. I'm taking vacations. I'm visiting. You know, like I'm doing more. That's the same way my community is. So, you know, funny thing is, summer is typically the slowest time of year. This summer, however, has been a lot busier due to the fact that we've had 2 back-to-back Twitch drop campaigns. So that's why this summer has been a lot busier. That makes sense, Chippery. See, I live up in Ohio. It's very, 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 very cold here in the winter. The guy said everyone's at festivals. Yeah, it's funny too, because if you're ever wondering why I don't stream on Saturday or Sunday, like why do I take those days to do Discord and to do video edits? You know, since everyone's out of school on Saturdays, wouldn't Saturday be the best day to stream? It's actually the worst. Saturdays and Sundays have always been my slowest days. Monday through Friday, always my busiest. So when I was setting up my schedule, when I came over to Twitch, that's why we ended up taking Saturday as the editing day, because out of all my days, Saturday is the slowest day of the week. Kind of like how summer is my slowest season of the year. So it's kind of crazy. It works, you know, you would think that summer would be the busiest time for streams and Saturday would be the best day to go live because more people are off work and, you know, more people are free. But it's actually the opposite. It's, you know, Saturday, I guess on Saturdays, everyone's doing stuff with their families. People are going shopping. Yo, Peachy Keen, thank you, my friend. Peachy Keen coming in with a tier 1. Let's go. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So, yeah, on Saturdays, you know, it's just typically a lot slower. But, yeah, you would think it was different. Did you hear that they made an Among Us show on Paramount Plus? What? If the actors aren't in giant bean suits, I'm not even interested. If I'm ever going to watch an Among Us show, everybody needs to be running around like little beans, and they all need to have like the funny, like, you know, little walking sounds. It's animated? Oh, I thought you were saying it was live action. I would totally watch a silly, goofy live action Among Us. Thank you, Peachy King. Thank you. Welcome to the supporter family. And for those of you that have joined the supporter family, you know, this week or in recent times, we do offer some. Oh my God, no way! Peachy King with the tier 3 here as well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay, yeah, you guys are actually trying to hit it for July, aren't you? Well, I really appreciate that, you guys. I really appreciate that. We are exceedingly close here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And as far as your stream benefits, guys, for those of you that have become supporters here recently, I try to do my best to give back to the supporter family. I would not be able to do what I do without you guys. No way, bro. Robbery in progress. Also dropping the tier 3 here. And don't worry about this hype train, guys. We are at the end of the stream. Oh, this is a special one. 35% off 5 gifted subs. Still, it's a discount. But, guys, we're good. You guys have gifted a lot of subs this month. We've already hit today's goal. Also, my goal seems broken right now. I don't know what happened here. Oh, I see what happened. I don't know why I did that. Oh, thank you, my friend. 83.69, I think is what we're at. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was my bad. All right, guys. Seriously, though, you really, guys, you really don't need to worry about the hype train robbery. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it, you guys. I appreciate it, but wow, this hype train's already on a level 4. Guys, you've already done it. You guys already did the hype train. It's already at a level 4. So, like, just consider it done, guys. Consider it done. It's good. We're at the end of the stream. You know, we're about... Okay, all right, you guys are just going to keep doing your thing. This is your doing. I'm literally... Dude, I feel like... When I tell you guys not to do something, it's almost like you guys feel more inclined to do it, and that's not my intention at all. Sunshine, thank you, my friend. Sunshine with the 5 gifteds here. Let's go. Much appreciated. Mags, thank you for the hundo as well. I was literally just telling you guys, you know, how much I appreciate all the love the past few weeks. Oh, and I was telling you guys for the new supporters, real quick, while you guys... Okay, all right. Well, while you guys do whatever you're going to do with the hype train, looks like it's going on to level 5 here. While you guys do whatever it is you want to do, I want to give a quick message to the new supporters and anybody that has upgraded to a tier 2 or a tier 3 sub. When it comes to your benefits here, I try my best to give back to the supporter community, and one of the big things we do is the snap reviews. Now, keep in mind, these are totally optional. You never have to submit for a snap review, and as you've seen, I'm pretty honest and straightforward about, you know, the competitiveness of the theme, and then things like lighting and composition. Most of the advice I give doesn't really tie into what I like. It ties into what we see doing well in 4K, and then it ties into theme, defining the theme. As a supporter, you are welcome to participate in this review process. All you have to do is read the how to get reviews section here in our Discord. It'll walk you through what you got to do. In order to access the review forums, you will need to link your Discord with either your Twitch or your YouTube, whatever platform you've chosen to support on. That way my server will know you're a supporter. And then from there, Tier 1 subs, gifted subs, and prime subs, you would just submit in the primary review forum. And it's first come, first serve. We just review these in the order that they come in. If you are a Tier 2 or Tier 3 supporter, and you've... Oh, Samantha upgrading to the Tier 3 as well. Thank you. And Bell B with the 5 gifted subs. Dakai with the hundo, Tazzy with the hundo, Jennifer with the hundo, JMR with the hundo, Heathen, Lisa, and Eyes of Sorrow. And you guys just completed a level 5 hype train. We might get the Gritty Goose. We might get the Gritty Goose right now. But you guys would have to stop there. You guys would have to stop there with the hype train. Because if you take it any further... Oh, actually, not... all the next levels are Gritty Goose, actually. So from what I'm seeing, we just unlocked either Honk Shoe, I Am Clap, Pack It Up, Cheers to That, or Gritty Goose. And yeah, if it goes to level 10, we'll get the Bleed Purple Heart, but we really do not need that. I just want that Gritty Goose. I just want the Gritty Goose. Okay, Ashley with the 5 gifts as well. Guys, what is... Okay, Divorce Cowgirl, also with the 5 gifts. Guys, we've already unlocked the Gritty Goose. That's what I'm saying. We're good. You don't have to do any more. Y'all can do what you want to do. Y'all can do what you want to do. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Harpy. Thank you as well. Samantha, thank you so much for upgrading to the tier 3 there. Really appreciate that. Belby, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Lady, Tazzy, thank you for the bits. Robbery, thank you for the bits. Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Fallen Angel, Divorce Cowgirl, thank you for the 5 bits. My goodness, bro. My goodness. This is a lot right now. Thank you, guys. Thank you. NVIDIA Mortis says, I've been watching YouTube videos, and I'm so thankful for them. So stoked to finally catch a stream. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. I was in the process of ending the stream, and then I don't know, I don't think chat wants me to leave yet. They triggered a whole hype train, and now there's like a whole lot of stuff going on. But yeah, we're pretty much at the end here. We're pretty much at the end. I can't see. Oh yeah, for plus, I'd have to refresh it to see where we're at for plus now. I know it's higher than this. Mine hasn't refreshed. It still says we're at 276, so I don't know what we're at. Peachy Keen, thank you for the tier 1 there. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Wait, is that the same Peachy Keen? Didn't Peachy Keen already do, or is that a different Peachy? Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So, for those of you that are Prime sub, Gifted sub, or Tier 1 sub, you'll be able to submit your reviews in the primary review forum. Tier 2 can submit in the Tier 2 primary, and Tier 3 can submit in the Tier 3 primary. When we do the reviews, we'll do them in that order. We'll do Tier 3s first, then Tier 2s, then Tier 1s. But I'm going to start going live earlier on Mondays. That way, for those of you that get the Tier 1 reviews, the primary reviews, they'll be starting around the same time they always would, since we've had so many Tier 3 and Tier 2s lately. You also get the benefit of... Horty's in a laundry basket right now. You also get the benefit of secondary reviews, guys, if you are new here. So, not only do you get a Dreamsnap review, but... if you like the advice you receive, another one. Let's go. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. Oh, my God. Peachy Keen with another Tier 3 here. What even is this hype train, too? You guys are on a level 7 right now? The stream was ending, you guys. It was ending. Well, thank you very, very much, y'all. Eyes of Sorrow, thank you. Thank you for the 100 and back-to-back hundo there. Thank you. Gifted subs for everybody. And for anybody that catches a gifted sub, by the way, you can also participate in the Snap Reviews, courtesy of whoever gifted you the sub. So, if you caught a gifted sub today, you have tonight, Saturday, Sunday, and until Monday at 3, that's when the forum locks. You will not be able to submit for a review after 3 p.m. So just make sure you link your Twitch and your Discord so my server knows you're a supporter, and then submit to the forum. Just be sure to read the rules and the how to get reviews. This will walk you through everything. Oh, Chewy, thank you for the Tier 3 as well. Dude, I feel like we might have plus right now. I don't know. I mean, I was just going to aim for it in August. You guys. But I think you guys might have actually... Y'all might have actually pulled it off here. Quinn Nat says, thanks for the gifted to Divorce Cowgirl. Oh, nice. Welcome to the supporter fam, Quinn. Welcome. Chewy said, screw August. Yeah, apparently. I guess you guys have beef with August. I don't know. You guys just really wanted to do it this month. I feel like we're probably there right now. Mine won't update. Mine still says 276. It updates like every few minutes or periodically, so I don't know. But I feel like we're there. Samantha said we were like 4 away. What does it show for you? Yeah, here's where it shows everything. It says plus program level 1 is 100 points. You get a 60-40 revenue split. Level 2 is 300 points, and you get a 70-30 revenue split. Tier 1 sub is plus 1 point, Tier 2 sub is plus 2, and Tier 3 is plus 6. But mine won't update. It still says 276. But I kind of want to wait for it to update because I feel like we've done it. I kind of want to wait for it to update. Ours fully refreshed, and it says 38 for us. That was before it said 276. Wait, what? 38. Well, it's not supposed to reset until August. Did they reset me, like, midstream? That'd be pretty messed up. They're like, oh, no, he's about to get it. Quick, quick, set him back to 0. Yeah, mine still says 276, even though we had a bunch of new subs come in. So I want to wait and see what it says. Oh, 12 soul, also with the tier 3. Dude, now we absolutely have to have it. Yeah, it's supposed to reset on the 1st of the month. So I'm not sure why it's saying 38 for you guys. It should be over 300 right now. Should be over 300 right now. Mine still says 276. But yeah, it's not supposed to reset until the month ends. And it says, right, yeah, it says July for me. But the number's been stuck at 276 for the past few minutes. And every time I refresh, it stays the same. I think they're... I'm going to just open a new browser. I think there's a conspiracy against me from Twitch. I think they're trying to stop us. All right, I open a new browser. Yeah, it still says 276. It might not update yet. I might have to wait until tomorrow. Does 44 mean 344, like a new tier? Samantha said time zone, though. Well, Twitch... Yeah, but I'm in Eastern time. And even if it did go by a time zone... Even if it did go by a time zone, I think Twitch's headquarters is in California, and they're 3 hours ahead. So that wouldn't even be midnight. That's still... it would be 11:35 over there. GMT? Monthly goals tracked in GMT. What time is it in GMT? Oh, wait, is GMT in the UK? Wait, monthly goals are tracked in GMT? Oh my god, bro. I got the Gritty Goose! Let's go, dude! Let's go! They might have screwed us on the goal, but we got the Gritty Goose. Dang, dude. That is a little sad that you know, that's why, yeah, I guess Twitch heard me say we were going to wait for August. Well, the only downside is we would have been getting 70% of our sub revenue throughout the entire month of August. So, I mean, it would have been pretty impactful if we did get it. But, yeah, I can't believe they reset me midstream. That's too bad. Creators must maintain point requirement for 3 consecutive months. Oh, that's the other thing, too. I think they've changed it now. Not only do we have to hit 300 sub points, but we also have to hold it for 3 months. Actually, I think it was the same thing in the past. So, yeah, even still, we won't be able to get it. Wait, this says eligibility status will be evaluated at the end of each month according to UTC, not GMT. Gift and Prime subs currently not count towards eligibility. UTC, hang on, what time is it in UTC? I think that's universal time. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, it's 12:37 a.m. UTC. Oh my god, dude. So it will not count for this for July. So we're going to have to stay over 300 for August, September, and October. Which means we would get the Plus program in November. We got robbed on that, dude. We got robbed on that. Well, we got our Gritty Goose, though. So there's that. There's that. I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe that. Bummer, but all these tier 3s just went for August then. Yeah, well, Twitch makes it hard, Sunshine. They make it hard. We've been in the Plus program level 2 once before. And you know what? It's fine, because we were aiming for August anyway, you guys. Like I said, the end of July was so close. It was like right here. I really appreciate you guys giving that last minute push and trying to push us over the edge for the month of July. That's super cool of you guys. That's super sweet. But it was never on my radar to hit it this month. I mean, just when I brought this up 2 days ago, we weren't even pushing for Plus until 2 days ago. I was like, you know what? I want to get back to Plus level 2 if possible. We'll bring it up, and I'll start doing rewards for tier 3s and tier 2s. And, you know, we put it on the radar 2 days ago, and I think we were at like 200 points. So within 2 days, we've gone all the way up like past 300. That's huge. That's huge. I really, really appreciate it. It is unfortunate that the time cutoff follows UTC, but now we know. Now we know. We're going to see, got the goose. That's right. That's right. We despite the community actually pulling it off in my time zone, Twitch said, no, that's for August. But Twitch did apologize by giving me my gritty goose. I can't believe we finally got the gritty goose. You guys, if you're new here, I've been trying to get this godforsaken goose hitting the gritty for a year. And I finally have it. I finally have my gritty goose. Just look at that guy. I feel pretty proud of that. Very cool, very cool. So yeah, so for the Plus program, guys, yeah, not only do we have to hit the 300, we'll have to maintain 300 for 3 months. We did it last year as well. But then I think we hit it in like winter/spring. So I think we hit the metrics like February, March, because we got the Plus program in April, right before summer, which is good because, you know, it slows down in the summer. Now, this summer we had the Twitch drop, so it's been a lot busier. But yeah, last year we got it around April, so they actually took it away this year around the same time, because 1 year after you get the Plus program, they review, and if you don't still have 300 sub points, they'll knock you down a peg. So what I'm going to do this year is I'm just going to, you know, once we unlock it, if we can hold above 300 for 3 months, I'm going to snooze ad since we're about to leave. What we'll do is, you know, like we mentioned, I'm going to make sure I actually have good rewards in place for you guys that are on the tier 2 and tier 3. We have new special Discord roles. You get special badges, special highlights. And then for the Dreamsnap reviews, tier 3 supporters will be reviewed first, followed by tier 2, followed by tier 1. But we're going to be going live a little bit earlier, so all of my tier 1 friends here aren't going to have to wait much later in the day to get their reviews, because I want to make sure this is fair. I don't want anybody getting pushed back to like the end of the day. You know, I want to make sure everybody wins. Everybody wins. But yeah, well done, you guys. Well, I can't believe you guys actually got us, you know, you guys actually sent us over 300 in my time zone. But that explains why it's not updating, is because they're going by universal time. But if they weren't, you guys would have just pulled off something I didn't even think was possible. So huge shout out to you guys. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we're going to aim for the big 300 for August, September, and October. And by the way, I was going to have to do jury duty in September, but I, you know, as per y'all's recommendation, when I got summoned to jury duty last month, I wasn't able to request a leave, so I pushed it off and said, and they asked me to come again, but I finally was able to send them my return letter and tell them, you know, hey, I have sciatica. You know, with the nerve pain, it can be a little difficult to sit on hard surfaces for a long time. And I mostly work at home. Like, I don't get out that much. So jury duty would be kind of tough for me. But I can totally be there if I have to be, is what I said in the letter. I got an email today, and they completely excused me. So they said the judge has excused you from jury duty. So yippee. So now I do not have to do jury duty in September. So very, very happy for that, which means I can stay fully dedicated to the stream, because that would have kind of sucked if I had to go to jury duty from like 8 a.m. to like 4 and then stream. And then like, how would I do my video edits? I was a little worried about that. And also, I wasn't even lying about the nerve stuff. Like, I really can't sit in a hard chair for like several hours at a time. That's gonna be kind of tough. Getting out your civil duties, nice. Well, the civic duties, yeah, you know. I mean, I do my part. I pay a lot in taxes, okay? I pay a lot of taxes. That's my civic duty, okay? That's my big civic duty. Listen. If I didn't have nerve damage, if I didn't have health issues, I would rather go to jury duty than have health issues. I want you to be aware of that. Like, if I could choose, if it's like, hey, senpai, would you rather suffer from sciatic pain and struggle to sleep and not be able to really lift anything heavy or jog or jump? Or would you rather be able to not go to jury duty? I would probably choose to have good health, to be honest. My jury duty is 3 months long, says Fallen Angel. Dude, that's crazy. So I said, oh my god, I was applauding you. Bro, I read that so sarcastically, Samantha. I just saw getting out of your civic duties. Nice. So I said I've gotten out of jury duty every time. Good on you. How'd you pull that off? I got out of it. I actually have gotten out of it every time as well. Even before I had the health issues. I remember the first time I got summoned for jury duty, I was like 19. And like the day before, my girlfriend at the time and I had just broken up, and we were together for like a year and a half. And it was like my first ever big breakup. And I was like pretty devastated. And I went in there, and they could probably tell my eyes were red, and I was like very sad. And I was like, I'm not mentally like okay to do this right now. And they were like, you can go. It's pretty funny. I would do the unbirthday table. You get it from Alice. The unbirthday table is my favorite villager summoning item. The only thing is kind of large, so if you don't have a lot of room, you can do something smaller. But the unbirthday cake here will summon 7 villagers at once. So some villager summoning items will summon 3, some will summon 4, but this bad boy will summon 7 at a time. So you can get so many villagers onto your island so quickly here, regardless of who's in the Scrooge shop, who's in Shea Remy, no matter who's doing what. Encrypted said I got the table last night. Good for you! Perfect! You're ready to go. I've only been on call once for jury duty. That's crazy. Dude, I've been summoned 3 times now. I got summoned in North Carolina once and in Ohio twice already. And I've only lived in Ohio for like 3 or 4 years. I haven't been there. I haven't been here that long. My birthday cake table is bugged. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean bugged? I haven't heard about any bugs with it. Do you have your camera in your hand? You have to have your camera equipped, and then you have to walk up to it, and in the bottom left of your screen, it should say Gather Villagers. But make sure you got your camera equipped. One of the biggest reason people struggle with the villager summoning items is they walk up to them and they're like, it's not doing anything. Gotta have that camera out. And the other thing is when a lot of villagers are around it, it'll just open your camera instead of summoning villagers. So let me show you how to fix that. It's not really a bug. It's just that there's so many villagers around, all the space is occupied. So if you have your camera in your hand, and when you walk up to the table, even if it's highlighted, like right here, you see how it opened my camera instead of summoning villagers, even though the table was highlighted? It's because there's a lot of villagers around. So when that happens, you just move it. Move it away from the villagers, go back over to it, and boom. Ending says, I've never been summoned. Dang, lucky you. I don't even know how they do it. I don't know if they just, like, pull names out of a hat. It's probably, like, some kind of algorithm, some kind of system where they just, like, I don't know, just, like, randomly pick people. Or they probably pick based on demographic, because they usually want, like a mixed demographic for, like a jury, just to keep things, like, fair. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, you guys. Well, that's going to be it for today. Twitch is trying to give me ads again. Snooze. So I can say goodbye. Thank you again, you guys. Thank you again for the amazing, amazing, amazing week. This has been such a wonderful week. I really, dude, that was just super sweet of you guys to try to push us over the edge, despite me telling you we're going to aim for August. You know, despite me saying we really don't need to try to hit the plus level 3 or the plus level 2 this month. You guys still all just, like, poured in the support, and that's just, I really appreciate that. That's super nice, you guys. That's super nice. We were bamboozled in the end by Twitch, by them following UTC, which it makes sense. It's universal time, so it works for everyone. I should have known, should have been aware of that. But, you know, I do really appreciate it. I do really, really appreciate it. And I think we're looking pretty good for August. So now, in order for us to get back into the Plus program, all we got to do is, well, I say all we got to do like it's easy. It says creators must maintain the point requirement for 3 consecutive months to be eligible for the Plus program. Eligibility status will be evaluated at the end of each month according to the UTC time zone. Gift and Prime subs are currently not counted towards eligibility. So, essentially, we'll have to stay above 300 points for August, September, and October. And then, once we do that, usually, like, really early in the month, that's what happened last time. Like, once it came to an end, I got, like, a notification, like, the next day that was like, congratulations, you're in the Plus level 2. And then a year from there, they'll check it again. If we're not at 300, they'll take it away. But I'm hoping this year we can maintain it. I'm just going to... you know, last year, I told everybody once we got it just to cancel their tier 3s because we weren't doing Dreamsnap reviews, and I didn't really have any way to reward people. So I really didn't want people, you know... I really didn't want people paying out such an expensive sub membership when there was no incentive, you know, aside from just supporting the content. So once we got into the Plus level 2 last year, you know, I just told everybody, you know, y'all can just get rid of the tier 3s at this point. Like, I appreciate it. You can just go back to tier 1. It's all the same, you know, reward-wise. So hopefully with you know, hopefully we can just stay in the program this time, or we can just take note of what time of year it is, and whenever we're coming back on that yearly check, we can just try to push it back above 300 again, just to be on the safe side. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. And Monday we'll roll out with the don't forget you got the new forms, guys. You got the new forms for your snap reviews. So, you know, make use of the tier 3 primary, the tier 2 primary, and the same for the secondary reviews. And Monday I'll be live a bit earlier. So I'll try to go live Monday around 2, if that sounds good to you guys. Maybe 2:30 at the latest. That'll give us a little bit of... Horty, no. Don't eat the foam. He likes to eat my soundproof panels, and it's probably not good for his little tummy. Why, bro? It's foam. I have all these treats for you. You have all these things. Oh, by the way, you guys, I have really wonderful news. To enrich my cat's quality of life, because we love him so much. We've been talking about this for a while, but we are once again looking to get a cat for our cat. So, Jordan found at the same shelter where we adopted Horty, they have a little girl named Minnie. She's very energetic. She's very playful. And I think she can match his energy. So we're going to go tomorrow morning. We're going to go to the adoption clinic, and I'm going to meet her, and we're going to fill out the paperwork, and hopefully we'll be able to bring her home and kind of slowly introduce them over the course of the weekend. Now, usually with cats, you want to give them a couple of weeks to acclimate and keep them separate, but unfortunately for this adoption clinic, you only get a 7-day window to see if it's a good fit, and if it's not, then, you know, you have to take them back. So I have to kind of speed up the acclimation process a little bit, but that's why we're going with a young girl, because Horty is about a 4-year-old male, so opposite gender should be good. And then if we can introduce the girl while she's, you know, at young age, kitten age, Horty shouldn't feel very threatened. He's actually really good with other cats. We only tried one other time to introduce him to another kitty, but the kitty we tried, you know, that we did the sleepover session with, had food aggression, and he couldn't eat near Horty. And also, the moment we brought him, he had a stomach bug, and Horty has FIV, so he's immunocompromised. So we were not, you know, it was not a good fit. And also, we wanted the other kitty cat to get healthy. But I was actually really sad when we had to take that little guy back, because I really like that little guy. He was so sweet. He would, like, hang out in my lap. You guys remember him? God, I know he found a good home. He was so lovable. Well, we're just now finding this out. Well, I just found out today, because we've actually been keeping tabs on the kitties that they have up for adoption, but we're very particular about what we're looking for. We want it to be a female, and we want her to be very youthful, because it's going to be easier to acclimate for Horty, especially with that 7-day window. So Jordan actually told me right before the stream today, or I think maybe even during the stream, I can't remember, she came up and said something. Oh, it was before. Jordan told me that she actually stopped by the clinic today and found, she's been stopping by the clinic and seeing what kind of kitties they have over there. And she found a very playful little girl. And, you know, the fun thing is that the kitty was actually entertaining itself. It was very playful. It was playing with toys. And that's good, because Horty just, you know, he loves to observe things. And if I think it's going to be really good stimulation for him just to watch the kitten play and then also run around and frolic with it. So, yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, he was so cuddly. Yeah, I miss that little guy. He was so sweet. Bellaby says hi. Hi, Bellaby. Hi. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. Expect some pictures in Discord. I'll send you guys, I'll put some kitty pictures in Discord, because we're if everything goes well, we will probably bring little Minnie home tomorrow, and hopefully see, hi buddy, hopefully see how she does with Horty, and hopefully throughout that 1 week period they can kind of get acclimated to each other. But Horty's actually really good with other cats. I've never seen him hiss at another cat. Even when he was in the shelter, the other cats would like hiss at him or like arch, and he would just look at him like, what's your problem? He's super chill. And he's actually kind of obsessed with other cats. The neighbors that live across the street, they have a balcony and their cats go out on it, and he gets so excited to watch the other cats. So I think he really wants a kitty friend. Cats are very social animals, you know. I think it's always good, if you have a cat, it's always good to eventually introduce another cat so they have a little family. And that's what we want. That's what we want for Horty. We want him to have a good little family. All right, I'll catch you guys on the next one. It's already 9 o'clock. It's getting dark, but I still want to go on my nightly walk. I'm going to use my Gimme Ghoul coin bag to catch Gimme Ghouls. It's the last day to catch a shiny, even though I've got like 5 shinies. I'm going to try to get another one. Can I join Discord, or do I need to be a subscriber? Jazz, you do not have to be a subscriber to join Discord. Anybody can join Discord. So there's the link to the server, my friend. Feel free. We'd love to see you in there. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for the amazing stream. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And I will keep you guys updated on the kitty situation. And I'll be live a little bit earlier on Monday. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy, and thank you for the absolutely wonderful week. I might even do a bonus stream if I have time, maybe on Sunday since we have Twitch drops. I don't know. It just depends on the weekend. I don't know. With the new kitty, I might not be able to, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Catch you guys on Monday. Not tomorrow. Sorry. All right. As always, thank you so much. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy, and enjoy that gritty goose, you guys. If you did get your gritty goose today, I sincerely hope you make the most out of him. Look at that guy. We finally got him. We finally got him. What an accomplishment. All right, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Ta-ta for now.